Do some analysis. We'll work with the.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nobody said anything. It is Tuesday, June the 21st. All legal, this is our last court in this room and in this building. That's all right. June the 21st. All legal notices have been posted. A quorum of the court is present, and this court is duly called. Can I get a motion to open the court?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion from Dr. Daniels, second from Dr. Garcia, that the court open. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Bailiff, will you please open the court?
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the June 2022 term. The Honorable Commissioner John Wiley Price presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
Thank you, Bailiff, Pastor. This is the invocation today is going to be given by my guest, someone that is a neighbor and someone I don't need to do a veto or resume to talk about him. I've known him for at least 51 years, coming up on 52, and he takes after his mother, and I'm just so glad. You know, God is good. Pastor John Paul Price Jr. is the pastor of the New Praise Worship Center in Cockrell Hill,
Texas.
Yes, I got you. And as I said, he is my neighbor. Then this last court session, after 38 years being here, I'm just glad that he agreed. He did tell me, though, that it's interesting, we'd call him to the old building on the last day and then invite him to the new building. I told him I didn't have nothing to do with that. But I am going to, I'm going to ask him for a special prayer for a commissioner, McLennan County, who transitioned, and whose services will be this coming Saturday in Waco, Texas. Commissioner Lester Gibson has been a real stalwart as county commissioners across this state, and a member of the North and East Texas County Commissioners and county judges. And we just wish he and his family the best. I will appear to do part of a eulogy this coming Saturday there in Waco, Texas. So with that being said, Pastor, if you'll take us to the throne of grace.
It's always a pleasure and a blessing to come before you. I told my dad that, you know, the starter in baseball does really well, but the power comes through the closer, the one that brings it home. That's where the winning comes. So today I pray I'm able to bring it home. Father, we just pray for the commissioner's family that passed away, Lord. Now, Lord, that you would strengthen them and comfort them, Father. We ask that your hand would be upon them, God, as they mourn for the loved one that they've lost. Father, I pray for wisdom today in these proceedings over the commissioner's court. I pray for focus and vision, Lord. I pray, Lord, for the spirit of unity that would be present. And I pray a blessing over this office in which you have placed them. You have placed these elected officials and the responsibility that you've given to each one of them. Your word says that let every soul be subject to the governing authorities. For there is no authority except from God, and the authorities that exist are appointed by God. So these elected officials that have been appointed by you, Lord, I pray for every issue that would come up today, that there would be a resolution for that issue. We pray over Dallas County today, God. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And I speak a blessing over them in Jesus' name, I pray.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor
Thank you.
Price.
Thank you.
And I will invite you to the new building since your church is in District 4. It's good to see you.
I appreciate that. I'm glad I'm here to speak to the right commissioner. It'll get me to that new building.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Pastor.
All right, our first resolution today is from Commissioner Koch.
Yeah. Thank you. I have the distinct honor and pleasure of recognizing Charles Cox. So would you mind stepping forward so we can see your handsomeness? Whereas Charles Cox served as city manager for the City of Farmers Branch since May 3rd, 2016, and retired from the position on May 31st, 2022, after serving the community of Farmers Branch for nearly 30 years. And whereas Charles attended Texas Christian University and graduated with a Bachelor of Business Administration in 1983. He later attended the Southern Methodist University and received his Master's of Business Administration in 1991. And whereas Charles began his career in public service in Holton City, Texas, where he worked as the Director of Finance from 1986 until 1993, when he came to work for the City of Farmers Branch. He first joined the city staff as Managing Director of Finance and Administration and served in that position until 2016, when he was named the new city manager. And whereas throughout his career, Charles has dedicated himself to improving the lives of the residents and employees of the City of Farmers Branch. He is a true embodiment of the old adage, leave it better than when you found it, by developing a comprehensive city ethics policy and strengthening the city's fiscal health over the past 29 years. And whereas Charles has shown great leadership through his innovation on various projects, such as development of the pay-as-you-go plan for capital improvement and fixed asset projects, improvement of the city's S&P bond rating 2 levels, from an AA- to a AA+, and the implementation of the North Texas Emergency Communications Center and 4-City Joint Fire Training Center. He was also responsible for the development and oversight of the improvement projects for every public facility in Farmers Branch, including the Mansky Public Library and the Community Recreation Center. And whereas Charles's support for his community has never wavered, even as they faced tough times during the Y2K crisis, the derivatives collapse of 2008, and most recently the COVID-19 pandemic. His management helped both the city and residents overcome challenges they incurred during these times. And whereas Charles's leadership and skills are not limited solely to the City of Farmers Branch, he has served as president of the Government Finance Officers Association of Texas and the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada. Charles has also served on the Board of Trustees for the Financial Accounting Foundation and has served as chair of its Audit Committee and Finance Committee for 2 years. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court commends and thanks Charles Cox for his many years of hard work and diligent service to the citizens of Farmers Branch and wishes him all the best in his retirement. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I don't see the hammer. Let me give you one of those. Hey, Noah, will you grab, a moment of quick personal privilege. Noah Asperon is my intern this summer. Noah, will you go upstairs in my office?
Thank you.
Grab the gavel. Thanks, buddy.
Judge, may I say a few words?
Please.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to say, first, thank you for the
Can you
resolution.
move the mic, Mr. Cox,
Pull
please?
it to you.
Yes,
You
thank
just
you.
pull it toward you.
Yeah.
First, thank you for the resolution, but the big thanks goes to Dallas County, to you, Judge, and the commissioners. Over my 30 years, almost 30 years with Farmers Branch, the relationship that we've had with Dallas County has been fantastic in terms of
No, yeah, pull it, I'll tell Mr. Martin, pull it to you just a little.
Okay,
There you go.
perfect, okay, all right. In terms of working with adding through TIF districts that we've had participation from Dallas County, we've added hundreds of millions of dollars of property value because of that, those TIF districts that have helped, that Dallas County participation has assisted with. In terms of street projects, bridge projects, in terms of the recent Meadows Foundation study, Dallas County participation with Farmers Branch to understand the needs and dynamics of homelessness, in terms of recovering from natural disasters, especially in terms of recovering from the worst pandemic of our lifetimes. The relationship we've had with Dallas County has been incredible, and much appreciated, and it's been truly an honor and a privilege to serve alongside this body in serving the residents of Farmers Branch as well as Dallas County. So thank you, much appreciated.
Thank you for your service.
Well, and certainly whenever someone's going to be complimenting us, we want the mic as close as possible so we can all hear it. But, and I want to make sure you hear this loud and clear. It was a tremendous a going away party, a retirement party at the library. And, I've seen a couple of them. I haven't been in office for too terribly long. Most of the time it's insiders and city staff. There was a lot of folks from the community, from, various parts of the community and various parts that you touched upon during your tenure. And it speaks volumes about the work that you did, that, so many folks don't recognize what their city does unless it has a direct impact. So you made a direct impact on a tremendous amount of folks in Farmers Branch, and I can't thank you enough for that hard work.
I don't try to keep up with what's going on up there that far north, but which one of your cities is it with the docking that is moving forward? Is it Farmers Branch or is it Cockrell or?
The electronic docking stations?
They're deploying them in the various centers. Is it Farmers Branch?
Yes, sir. We've had for quite some time EV docking stations, and we're in the process of deploying that through every city facility for both city vehicles as well as the general public. And at this point in time, it's free because we're trying to really incentivize folks to move to the electric vehicles.
I've used yours when I came to swear in your city council a couple of months.
Perfect.
Yeah. Excellent.
Well, stick around because there's going to be a resolution addressing that. And so I'm very glad that you've got that experience, but you look like you're not a person who sits around very much. So now what are you going to do? You're incredibly young, so.
At this point, just enjoy life and travel, and but who knows? Who knows what the future holds? But anyway,
But
much
we look forward
appreciated.
to seeing that. Congratulations.
And try not to fly too much because cancellations are.
Can we take a quick picture with you?
Of course.
He's not going to Toledo anyway.
Yeah, oh gosh, no one has really been.
Well, that's right. Toledo, why do they have a flight there?
One, two, three. More. One, two, three.
Somebody else is trying to get one too. Got it? Okay.
Congratulations, Mr. Cox.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
Thank you.
Depending on, let me just see if Ms. Jones, is Jacqueline Jones here? Since she's not, I'm going to do a motion to suspend the agenda and allow my other colleagues to go forward because I have that resolution and the mental health resolution, and I'm going to want to deploy the presentation.
Second.
That's fine.
A second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
So the next resolution.
Oh, the next resolution would be Dr. Daniel,
Right.
resolution to create a
What about the
clean
mental
fleet.
health?
He's gonna skip over
That one too? Okay.
What is she? So, Dr. Daniel, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Good morning, and thank you very much. The good former city manager makes a good segue into a resolution to create a Dallas County Clean Fleet Plan. And whereas the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, has designated the Dallas-Fort Worth DFW area as a non-attainment area for the pollutant ozone, and the DFW area has been in continual violation of the Federal Clean Air Act for ozone or smog pollution since 1991, resulting in a 10-county non-attainment area. Further, according to the EPA, without additional efforts, DFW will be one of the only 10 non-California metropolitan areas still in violation of the Clean Air Act of 2025. And whereas air quality impacts the public health of the entire region, and a 2015 study by University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center's Director of Epidemiology, Dr. Robert Haley, estimated a 5 ppb reduction in ozone pollution would prevent 100 deaths annually throughout North Texas, including 160 fewer ER visits and admissions to hospitals for respiratory problems, 50,000 days worth of children's outdoor activity curtailed, 40,000 lost school days, and 26 premature deaths in Dallas County. A more recent study by Anita Slomsky, published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, emphasizes the relationship between exposure late in life to bad air quality and dementia. And whereas transportation pollution is a major contributor of greenhouse gas emissions and air quality degradation, leading to significant impacts on the health costs, the economy, and environmental justice concerns. And whereas having a clean fleet plan will allow Dallas County to substantially reduce transportation emissions and would create a comprehensive, efficient transition to electric vehicles and leverage funding opportunities as they arise. And whereas Dallas and Tarrant County Commissioners are co-chairing the North Texas Electric Transportation Compact of the Texas Electric Transportation Resources Alliance to reduce regional transportation emissions and bring together county and city governments, educational institutions, major employers, manufacturers, and other transportation participants in the region to commit to reduce transportation-related emissions. And whereas an NTETC will be charged with reducing tailpipe emissions, the leading cause of air pollution in the region, through transportation electrification and other pollution reduction strategies. Organizers hope to provide a model for other regions of the state. And whereas Dallas County should set goals and provide workable, cost-effective solutions to improve air quality and reduce petroleum consumption in the DFW area, recognize the benefits of reducing transportation emissions through county fleet electrification, and set a zero-emission county fleet to the extent possible as a policy goal. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Dallas County will further its environmental and sustainability plan by including provisions to implement a clean fleet plan and establish measures as practical that include the following: pursue low-emission vehicles and equipment for acquisition with an emphasis on alternative fuel, advanced technology vehicles, and equipment. Develop appropriate fleet planning tools to analyze vehicles and compare models to inform decisions on electric vehicles as well as charging requirements. Identify opportunities to make fleet charging stations available to the public and/or county workforce, and monitor ongoing budget needs for charging station maintenance requirement for long-term project sustainability. Provide staffing and support needed, including the training or retraining requirements for operation of a zero-emission fleet, and to create an implementation concept with interim targets for transitioning the fleet. And today is an example where on our agenda we are actually doing exactly that, of adding, when replacement opportunities come along, of adding electric or hybrid vehicles to our fleet. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
There is one speaker who I think had signed up, Laura Morrison, who is the Executive Director of the Texas Electric Transportation Resources. Is she online? Lori, did you want to say a couple of words? Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for having me. As Commissioner Daniel mentioned, I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Education Fund. I'm very delighted to be here today and to commend you for taking this important step and to thank Commissioner Daniel for participating with us in this project and showing the leadership that you all and Dallas County will now be showing by taking this step. And you know, she's laid out all the incredible benefits and importance of moving toward an electric fleet. And I just want to highlight that it's being able to do this in a thoughtful manner, as suggested, will allow you all to really take advantage of the cost reductions that you can get today, where it makes sense in terms of turning over your fleet. In other places, it's not going to make sense to go electric quite yet. And with this kind of approach, you'll be able to figure that out. You'll also be able to, you will be prepared and ready to pounce on those grant opportunities that come up and go away really quickly. And so I do want to thank you. You're joining Travis and Bexar County. We're working on a similar project with them, Commissioner Shea and Commissioner Rodriguez down there, who have now taken this step. And, what they're finding is there are long lead times right now because of the supply chain problems that we have. And this will allow you, for instance, to be able to plan for those longer lead times and start planning for the charging infrastructure you need. So again, thank you for taking this important step for the climate, for your air quality, and really for the efficiency and financial health of Dallas County.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner, what's interesting is that, and you heard Road and Bridge 3 here last year, probably was the only one in the region to compete and get a large replacement of our road fleet. Given the billions of dollars that Dallas-Fort Worth is experiencing in terms of construction, that road machinery adds considerably. I had ridden in some of the older vehicles, and in the new vehicles, it's different as night and day. And so while we understand the operational fleet that is utilized daily, until we get a chance to begin to really deal with what's going on in the, quote, construction industry, we're going to still continue to have challenges in this community, and especially, and I get it, some of us have tried to be very frugal and cost effective, but today we got on the thanks, Mr. Frost, we got a maintainer, 28 years old. I mean, we've kept it together with baling wire. It's operated, and of course we could not find one in the local area. We had to go all the way to Houston to get one, so we wouldn't have to wait 3 or 4 or 5 months to get one. But my point is that this new equipment, in terms of the opportunity it provides environmentally, is just day and night. I mean, I know it's costly, but we've got to replace that fleet as well if we're going to continue to do construction.
Well, and Commissioner, I think you hit it on the nail right now. And first of all, thank you, Commissioner Daniels, for bringing this resolution. As Dallas County continues to work in the electrification of the fleet, we just started, like Commissioner Price said, we had already 23 cars, the F-150s are electric, the 3 Teslas, and today, like you mentioned, item 7, those some of the hybrids. Why? Because we want to be sure that we create a plan and a plan to the future of the 1,000 vehicles that we have. 400 will be for pursuit, and the rest will be electric. So if Commissioner Price, like he says, continues to do the construction, as we do the fleet with the county, and we start changing the mentality, and more importantly, partnerships like this one, hopefully will bring some funds for us to do even a better job with the stations, infrastructure, because you're right, Commissioner Price, none of this is inexpensive, but nevertheless is the right thing to do. And to be frugal on something that is what the future holds when it comes to air quality. With all due respect, I think the county is doing what we need to do. Start on air, it has to be a multi-pronged approach. Construction, fleets, and not only that, I mean, in the future, I'm sure it will be personal vehicles as well as take-home vehicles. Well, I know I don't want to put the carriage in front of the horse. I mean, we will be brief, Mr. Bassana, the next facilities committee about the plan that we have for electrification and where we're going with this. And again, thank you, Commissioner Daniels, for bringing this forward. I think it's needed to continue to do partnerships with other entities that can bring electrification and green environment and buildings to Dallas County as is the right thing to do.
Yeah, you
Thank
both make very, very good points. Bottom line, when people say, well, what are you doing these things for? I say, it's one of the primary responsibilities of a county government in the state of Texas is public health. And clean air has been shown to have a direct relationship with respiratory diseases, with asthma, and that's the one item that I don't care who I talk with, they understand that very well. And so what we're doing for the betterment of our fleet then translates into the betterment for our residents. So thank you very much, commissioners, for that, and Laura Morrison.
Okay, next time when we pass our air clean resolution, we'll feel better about it.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. The second item, the second resolution is designing history, special student art exhibit. And if Nikolai and is Lorena here, I didn't see her. Oh, there you are. Please come up.
Oh, Ms. Lorena is here.
Commissioner Garcia and I had the very distinct pleasure of going to an exhibit in the upper stories of this building about 2 weeks ago that was so impressive that we thought it important to recognize things that are going on around us that are important for all of us through our students. And this is whereas Designing History is the new exhibit at the 6th Floor Museum at DULY Plaza and is the culmination of a year-long partnership between the museum and Dallas ISD's Career Institute East Interior Design programs, which serves students from 6 different high schools in Dallas. And whereas the installation was designed collaboratively by students for the museum's historic spaces and features 23 artworks that range from collage to painting and drawing to multimedia installations. And whereas the artwork is inspired by the students' in-depth learning experience with the museum through virtual field trips and research conducted during the 2021-2022 school year. The works on view explore President Kennedy's life and legacy and his lasting impact on the city of Dallas, the place they each call home, or Dallas County for that matter. And whereas the students embraced the challenge of sharing the story of someone they had never met and events that occurred decades before they were born for a place they had never visited. Each student created an artwork on topics including the life and legacy of President Kennedy, issues of the 1960s and the Dallas area. And 23 pieces selected for the exhibit reflect the lasting connections the participants made between their lives and the lasting impact history has on the world today. Now therefore be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court applauds the efforts of the Dallas ISD Career Institute East Interior Design students to study history and its ripples into the future through art displayed in the Designing History Special Student Exhibit that runs through July 3rd, 2022. And I so move.
And I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, and we are very happy to have a couple of the people who have worked on this project had hands-on of working with the students themselves. And one of the things that so touched me was not only the pride of the students in their work, their parents were absolutely over the moon proud of their students. And to me, that's that going forward. But it's also that connection of history And where are we today? What are we doing today? So please, can you say a few words, Ms. Lorena?
Sure. So thank you, everyone. Good morning. I'm Lorena Toffer. I'm a licensed architect and interior designer. I've been an educator for the past 2 years, so full-time now with Dallas ISD. And this is, such a serendipitous and once-in-a-lifetime event. So I really thank you for putting this resolution forward. And it's a great question, right? Why teach or try to connect history to architecture, or in general, the spaces we live in, the cities we live in? So I think, if we want to improve the spaces where we live, if we want to not repeat the mistakes of the past, we are bound as designers, as professionals in our communities, to bring and learn from what has been done before us. So that's one of the items that I wanted to bring in the forefront with my students now that I'm from being a professional in architecture and construction industry, now as an educator, to really connect the dots and have them using critical thinking skills and 21st century skills, really make those connections on their own, using their voice, giving them choice to develop those projects. So thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to say, Commissioner, not only was the exhibit extremely impactful, I think all of us who were looking at the art and like Commissioner Daniel says, the students and the parents who feel the pride, but more importantly, learning about Kennedy. Let's face it, all of them were not even born when the assassination happened, but it was not only a beautiful feeling of learning history to the new generation, but also all of you. Ms. Toffer, you are an inspiration. An architect that loves history and that is passing that to the next generation. I definitely know it's not easy. And not only, I'm not saying this because of your connection to Dallas County and Mr. Toffer. I'm saying that with the most respectful way, that it's hard to be an immigrant, to be a successful architect, and then go into education and do what you all been doing. For all of us, to see three wonderful, Nicole and Ms. Moore, you, here, in charge of the education of the next generation is, a wonderful feeling. Thank you for everything you do, and, I look forward to see the next exhibit, no pressure. So, thank you.
Lorena, Nikolai, did you want a photo?
You want to say anything?
Did you?
Yeah, come straight. Come straight on me.
Good morning. I'm here to represent Dallas Career Institute East within DISD. This is a new initiative within DISD, and so we would like to really thank Ms. Toffer for taking the charge of the vision and goal, which actually is work-based learning skills, building within the community, and ensuring that the students are leaving with certifications of careers once they leave high school. We know that students will go to college, but also if we'll build within the community and helping them with the skills. She worked with architectures, and she built, and within those 6 different high schools in the southern east sector of Dallas, the students took the charge of creating and understanding that they're part of this community. Within 28 years in DISD, it was very important that Ms. Toffer let them know that they are part of one of the biggest growing cities within Texas. And really, a lot of you all do not know, a lot of our students in the urban district do not know the city that they serve and the opportunities that are available. But with her taking the charge, this is only her 2nd year, she used her skills of architecture and being part of that community and bringing that into DISD has allowed our students to see the big pictures of building work-based skills in the area of architecture so that they can be able to dream. And not only that, but at the time they leave DISD, our charge is within 9th through the 12th grade, they have certifications and they can sit at the table with the company in architecture and have the opportunity.
And I was just talking about it, and no offense to, architecture and everything's up here, but one of the things I spend a lot of time as I go into the school, especially with the youngsters in elementary, things that are basically fundamental. If the water comes down, where does it go? I mean, can we just stand for it to pool? Or do we need to have drainage engineers? So, you know, one of the things that I spend a lot of time trying to deal with the young people in our is very simplistic, what I call infrastructure. The kind of things that nobody ever thinks about. And I don't care whether it's from using a bathroom facility to, again, just what happens naturally. And so I appreciate that exposure as well. But I spend a lot of time, only because I do a little bit with roads and didn't understand. You know, you can talk about bar ditches or what do y'all call them, open drainage? They're ditches. But anyway, you can talk about all of that, but that water's got to go somewhere. Somebody's got to manage that water. And so these are the kind of things that young people never give a second thought. I mean, probably older people don't give a second thought about. So as you talk about careers and moving forward, I just appreciate that exposure level. And like I said, you can build a building, but at the end of the day, that infrastructure is...
That's a good question. Price is that this evening we did summer breeze for the summer program, and the students did an aqueduct in the construction. So we have several pathways within that Career Institutes: construction, plumbing, electrician, interior design. All of them are coming together to come up with those ideas, and hopefully we can be able to partner with those students to be able part of the community to go out and to get skills for jobs. Yes, it's exposure and it's hands-on and it's project-based, teaching them how to build their community.
And nothing is more important than when you got a plumbing problem, you got a good master plumber. 'Cause, I mean,
And those are the type of teachers that we're hiring right now, just like Ms. Topher in the DI program. We are master plumbers, master electricians, architectures, healthcare, we're nursing, dentists. Those are the ones we're bringing into the Career Institute, because if they're learning from the expertise, then they know exactly what the opportunities and skill base as we work with the industry partners and allow them to have opportunities for jobs.
And I look forward to visiting your campus, which is only about 6 blocks away from here.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And so to see this in action, because to me it's still, because you not only had people creating a piece of art, but they also learned about how do you make an exhibit. And it's those behind the scenes skills and just, you know, what happens, where does the water go? How do these exhibits happen? And so they learned a lot of other things in addition to the administration piece, in addition to the art and that appreciation. So thank you so much for all that you do. And I know that you're not done yet, so let's take a picture of you real quick. Oh, Nikolai, please.
Just very
Just a moment.
briefly, thank you so much to Dallas County Commissioners Court for this important recognition. And our success really is through collaboration and partnerships with the community. So many kids grow up here and don't ever set foot inside this building. They know nothing about their local history. And so it's magical seeing the impact on these kids, which we will continue to work for many years ahead. And I do want to also say that Lorena also designed the reading room right next door, which was designed for teachers and students. So we hope to open that back up very soon. So thank you very much.
And I know you're not done yet either, right?
Nikolai, I hadn't had a chance to speak with you. After 38 years, it's kind of hard to move all of this junk. So I didn't know for sure if you could design, get architecture to, maybe I can have a sub-office. This isn't my district, a sub-office in this building too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right.
Okay, you can do that if I can get a turret.
Oh, come on.
Where do we go? Finger on the lips. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you
Erin.
so
Will
much.
you send it to
What was your,
Yeah,
we'll be talking.
Look at all the antiques.
Yeah.
And Arch Field.
oh, there's plenty of antiques up there too. Believe me, promise.
What, there's going to be one more?
We're not going to have to put additional
You
security.
finished, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I've talked to, I know Judge Crusoe is en route just a few minutes away. So did Miss Jones arrive, Jacqueline Jones, did she finally arrive? Since she didn't, there is a resolution here that talks about, and I'll just put it for the record so that After 32 years, she deserves this. Whereas Dallas County has a stellar record of recruiting committed and dedicated employees who are charged with the health, welfare, and safety of our county's expansive and diverse populace. And whereas Jacqueline Jones is a native Texan born and educated in Dallas, a proud 1980 graduate of Lincoln High School and later attended El Centro College and VTI Computer School. And whereas Jacqueline Jones began her career with Dallas County in October of 1989 as a clerk 3 in the district criminal court and was promoted to clerk 4 position in 2003. And whereas Jacqueline Jones transferred to clerk 4 title in 2006 in the service of the juvenile district court and has worked there faithfully for the past 15 years. And whereas Jacqueline Jones is most proud of putting her 2 children through college, watching them gain master's degrees, Kentosha, a 20-year educator in DISD with degrees from Texas Women's University, and Cordarian, who graduated from Langston University and serves as a coach in the Dallas Independent School District as well. And whereas Jacqueline Jones is an active church and choir member and spends some of her best time with grandchildren Christian, 18, and Cordarian, 3 years old. Therefore, be it resolved, Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby now congratulate Jacqueline Jones as she announces her retirement after serving the citizens of Dallas County for 32 years plus, and looks forward to a new phase in her life with a great sense of joy and anticipation. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Judge.
While we're waiting on the DA to make it over, why don't we knock out the consent agenda real fast?
Okay, that's good.
Is
Well,
there- is there a
okay, I
desire
did
to-
pull, but now, okay,
Is there a desire to pull the sheriff's?
Yes,
well, and then I pulled, okay, you said the consent. Okay, go ahead.
The consent.
Okay.
All right, all those, is there a motion on the consent agenda absent the sheriff's personnel?
So moved.
second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Is there a
Move sheriff's personnel.
Second.
All right, any discussion?
No, Judge, I mean, I'm just gonna say that we are continuing to working into different plans on how to attract a more diverse workforce. I want to thank the Sheriff Department and obviously HR for working with me on this issue. I think we're, getting to find out different strategies, and we hope that in the future we have a better result. Thank you.
It's sad to say that the numbers are still being worked on and still are not where we would like them to be regarding that our workforce looks like Dallas County looks. And so I will be abstaining on this one.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No,
Abstain.
And I also abstain. And so that motion carries 2-1. Next is the bids.
I pulled K1, and I may pull, excuse me, not on separate, but maybe for 2 weeks, but I'm pulling K1.
K1 Grand Prairie, I do have a problem. That K1 is Major Capital Improvement Program is Wildlife Parkway in District 4. And the problem that I have with this bid being pulled is I'm on a timeline. I mean, I'm gonna, thank you, Commissioner Price, for, bringing this forward. It's been a hard work to do this bid, and because of, I imagine that there could be some questions. I did brought you some of the
I've seen-
facts
yeah, I've seen
and the project, and the problem is I have a timeline until June 24.
August, I think it's August.
Well, I mean, June 24 is when the bids will close, and I just don't want to, lose this amount of money. Wildlife project is a project, as you can see, of more than $46 million. As you can see also in the information that I just sent you, the construction due to the economy was more than 18% the total project shortfall. I mean, and I want to thank Alberta Blair and the Public Works Department, as well as Mr. Martin, for helping me find, almost $8 million that I was in the total shortfall was 10.6 million. I was short of 8. I was able to bring it to the cost that we have in today's bid. My concern is that if I go to bid again and change any of these numbers, I might have a highest bid, and I will be short in funds. The bids are good until June 24, and that is my concern about pulling this item. The agreement with NCT COG requires the construction to be completed in 2024, and the impact of not awarding this project and is losing RTR funds that will affect not only, this project, Wildlife, but other county projects like Lawson Road, Riverfront Boulevard, Central Trade, Cypress Waters Trail, Inland Port Road projects, Wintergreen Road and Jefferson Street. Those are in your district, Commissioner.
But they're not all tied
and
together.
Rolette multimodal connection. No. So as you can see, this is a very important project, and I understand, Commissioner, that you have some issues with the trucking.
No.
The trucking, the excavation and embankment materials are approximately balanced because this project includes 2 bridges in the floodplain. Potentially for trucking, the project will move approximately 270,000 cubic yards. Depending on the size of the truck, there could be more than 30,000 trips. And for 9 cubic yards dump trucks and 9,300 trips. All proposed trips will be within the project limits that this project has. So I think that I have explained into the record what are the issues about pulling this item in my district. And I know the minority participation is not what I would like to see. Colleagues, all of you that know me, know that every single project that Dr. Garcia puts effort in has more than a 40% participation. But I cannot control, federal and state funding. They went, in this project, we went from a 7%, and Mr. Crawford, please stop me if I'm putting my foot on my mouth. We went from 7 to 15, and it's the most we could assure. You also have the list in front of you of all the subcontractors, again, and I understand, Commissioner Price, and you are right, should be higher, but in this point, I'm at that point where I'm at the limit. I don't want to lose, more than $30 million that will affect so many projects in Dallas County, and well, if I miss anything, I think Alberta is out of town today, but...
That's all right. She sent people. These projects are not intertwinable. That's number one. They're not interconnected. That's number one. This particular vendor has been disingenuous. Came to the table with a $46 million bid with about 5% participation, but for purchasing. But for the director of SBE being engaged. I finally asked for an EEO1. An EEO1, 129 individuals works for this company. One African American. They're disingenuous. They're not, and it has taken both Mr. Frosch and Mr. Crawford to get them to the number that the pittance that we see before us today. And I'm not going to be held hostage because, first of all, I think it's August 22nd is the day. Now, Public Works, whoever it is, somebody come forward and tell us what is the date to which these bids are held and which we have to basically is a drop-dead date for us. What is that date?
The bids are good until June 24, 2022.
I got August.
Am I correct? Thank you.
What is the August date? August 22nd.
That's the 10-mile.
Come again?
The 10-mile project.
No. no, this is the same project. Tushar, come forward.
Yeah, somebody hit the mic there.
Yeah.
While you're coming forward, I want to second what Commissioner Price said about the work of Mr. Frosch, and especially our SBE director, Mr. Crawford. In this instance, great job. I'm not happy with the numbers either, but a great job in tripling them. Go ahead, sir.
So good morning again, commissioners and judge. So that is 10 years RTC milestone policy that is going to be expired into August 2022.
Okay, that's what I see.
That's a policy.
That's
Yes.
the policy.
And
And
that is
that's the money, the 10-year money that's at risk, correct?
This is an extended timeline that is going to expire in August. So yes, it will be subject to 22 million plus. That is TxDOT is already in agreement for RTR funding to come to Wildlife Parkway.
Exactly.
Well, but we want to be sure that this
Yes.
passes today.
Yes, ma'am.
Well,
Tushar,
no,
because-
no, damn it, ma'am, make up
Well-
your mind. It was either July, August. He just said it's August. That's what I read in the document. It said August. August the 22nd is pushing up on the timeline.
But the bids are June, and to get to the 22nd, I have to close the bid on the 24th of June, and that is the issue.
Well, the thing is that, as I said, this, and Mr. Crawford.
And Commissioner, you know that I always give my colleagues the respect of pulling any items that they want to pull in my district if they do believe, that they have something to look into it. In this case, my concern is I'm going to lose funding. I'm going to have to start all over again, and instead of $1 million, I'm going to have to go to look for more. Very few times I come to this court and ask to move a project. And I get you, Commissioner. I understand what you're saying. It could be different, but we went into the limit to be able to pull this project. And this is our second time, Mr. Tushar?
So second time, the extended timeline, yes.
Exactly. And that is my concern, colleagues. And that's what I'm asking you today, to go ahead and approve this. And then, Commissioner Price, if you want to move some of the, you have some concerns about any of the trucking part, as I understand is your concern.
No, trucking, paving, all of it.
Okay.
I mean, it's all. I've just asked Public Works to basically extract out of $46 million. And again, I appreciate, because one thing Mr. Crawford has done that no other SBE director has done. He goes through the docket, and long before he gets here, they meet, he and Mr. Frosch, they meet. And again, this is a contractor, a vendor that came to the table with the traditional TxDOT 5%. And finally, the two of them, they got it up to at least 15 under the SBE, and then now it's supposed to be beyond that. But the question is still not been answered with regards to in the bid. And when I look up and see other $50 million plus companies, all of a sudden they're in this bid. Tissio is in here grabbing $6 million on the paving side. How much paving's in it's drainage and it's a parkway. How much drain, how much?
We can look into that, Commissioner. I mean, we can definitely look into the details. My concern, and I'm going to the record again, is that if we pull this item today, after the second bid, after being all the work that Mr. Crawford, Mr. Frosch, Mr. Blair, and staff have done, will be detrimental to the project. And honestly, I hope that you will trust your colleague, Commissioner Garcia, because my record, always been that in the participation, my projects have one of the highest, including the South Dallas Government Center, the Oak Cliff Government Center, the Records Building. We can go on and on and on. This is one portion of the bid that you're concerned that I didn't know till yesterday that you were concerned about. So I will appreciate that, colleagues. We pass this item today, and then we look into the details later.
Having heard that, in accordance with our code, Chapter 74, Section 74, and I'll read it. A member of the Commissioners' Court shall have the right to delay a court order until the next regularly scheduled court meeting unless a majority of the court finds that the matter is time-sensitive or the delay will result in the county being in violation of local, state, or federal law or guideline, or the county will incur costs or liability as a result of the delay. Having found that Commissioner Garcia laid out the foundation that the delay will incur significant cost, I would move that we put this up for a vote and overrule the poll.
And I second.
Okay, so there's that
So
motion.
then,
Well,
can I just have the point of clarification, because I'm still unclear whether, what is it June 24th?
So June 24th is the timeline that we have to award the bid based on our contract that we put out there back in March. And then because we don't have the court in July, and I think June 24th is the timeline, so this is the last court that we can get to award for construction.
And that's it. Thank
So the
you.
other timeline is coming from the COG. This is a timeline that when we put the bid out is part of the contract that we have to award the bid within certain time period in order to maintain the same unit price. So June 24th is that timeline that we have to award the bid.
And so August is what?
August is the 10-year milestone policy from COG.
Right.
So
The bid has to be,
bid has to be awarded based on our timeline, so we are in compliance with the August timeline with RTC.
Well, you know, I love the fact you knew it yesterday because we worked all weekend and we went through the bids all weekend. And unfortunately, my staff and I were the only ones here sending out information. That's when I found out Ms. Blair was not going to be here, and that's when she handed off to them. You know, some of us, you know, continue to work and try to prune this stuff and figure out and ask the question. We have to get a response from staff with regards to what are the issues. I still don't have some of that.
Commissioner, we will get you the
Once you award, you know, you give up everything. I mean, they would not be here again if some of us weren't prodding with regards to what we say we embrace as our Corps' mission and values. You know, that's a word we throw around.
well, Commissioner.
No.
And if you would have copied me or you would have let me know, I would have been, because we've been working in this project for how long, Mr. Tushar? Probably 6 or 7 years?
Yes, at
So
least.
I was employed over the weekend. I was working on this project for many years.
But hold on,
You know,
hold on.
and if
Have
I
you
would
told
have
this
known,
court-
I probably would have come in. My concern right now is that the bid has to be closed by June the 24th. Otherwise, I might lose more than $2 million in funding. And
But, you
at
know,
this
the
point,
fact,
I just want to thank everybody that helped
The
this.
fact
I wish I
that
would have known.
people
And
have
then
been
I want to
working
thank
on a
Public Works
project
for their hard work.
for 6 or 7 years has nothing to do when it comes to this court's docket. I mean, I'm sure a lot of my colleagues are working on projects. Hell, I don't know anything about them. But when it comes to this court's docket, it is then subjected to the pruning of the query that we have regarding our, quote, policies. And then that's when we don't talk to the court members, we begin to talk to staff. We say to staff, hey, you know, what's going on? I mean, staff produces this, you know, this publication,
And
but
it
then
is
but Mr. Crawford will tell you, I am the one that encouraged him to start doing that on all, number one, and then number two, even after he does that didn't answer all the questions. So I began to ask more questions.
And
that's when I found out that they came to the table at 5%.
Judge, can we please call the question?
Yeah, but I
No,
do
well,
have a
no.
couple of questions before, so.
Regarding the poll, though.
Was-
The question's regarding the poll.
And I realize that, but I'd like to ask Mr. Crawford a couple of questions so I can inform how I might vote. I noticed that there's an addendum here, Mr. Crawford, is that the addendum is limited to the SBEs, that the increase in SBE participation, or is there anything otherwise material in that addendum?
Now, the addendum, excuse me, good afternoon.
See how the
Good
bid
morning.
has the A next to it?
Let's see here. I don't believe I
No, sir,
have that.
No, Judge, that was simply the contract that was added as an addendum because it wasn't ready when we placed it on the normal agenda, so we added the contract so you can sign the contract. As you know, we don't always have construction contracts. This is a large
Okay.
contract.
Okay.
So that was the only reason it has an addendum next to it. We simply added the contract to be added so you can sign it, sir.
I got you. And so there's no concern over the contract. The concern, as I understand it, is over the SBE.
It comes from SBE and the trucking part, right, Mr. Cockrell?
That's correct.
Well, and paving. I mean, don't
The
limit
trucking
it.
part.
Yeah, okay. Okay, question been called for on the pool.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
This is to pull.
This is to not,
Not to pull.
this is to overturn the poll.
Overturn the pool under, yes.
Yeah, with great respect.
All those in favor of overturning the pool for timeliness reasons,
And money issues and construction issues.
okay, for whatever reasons, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and?
Nay.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, so that motion passes. Now we need to take a vote on the project on the merits. Before we do, it is always disappointing to me when we cannot give someone 2 weeks to look at something. If you remember when we used to meet
Exactly.
every
No, me,
week,
it's Commissioner.
we had a situation where we briefed 1 week, we did the voting on that item the next week. I am mindful of the fact that we are in the highest inflation period of the last 40 years. But ideally on a $46 million project, I guess we did manage to get it all on the agenda in the first instance, so that people have been able to see it since last Tuesday, right, at 3 o'clock.
Right. Yeah, so when they published the
And
doc, they
then we
was,
had a holiday, so, I mean, I'm not blaming anybody on staff, it's just unfortunate that we're in this situation right now.
Yeah, as much as I respect every one of ours ability and right to pull, due to the time frame on this, I will be supporting this resolution because it's a project that appears to have been worked on. The merit is there, the partnership is there with the variety of other issues. Transportation is also one of the areas that traditionally, and I don't see it changing real fast, has a very low WMBE rate.
Thank you.
Just because construction, transportation, I mean, the companies just are, that's the way the companies have been constructed.
it's the same legacy. Last thing I'm gonna say, this firm has 129 people working for them. They've been around all this time and they got 1 black. That tells me all you got, you can say whatever you wanna say in the construction industry, they got 1. This is their EEO-1. I didn't publish it. This is what they send to the Department of Labor. They got 1 person.
Commissioner Price, here's where I am with this. I mean, you're 100% right.
Yeah, we all agree.
That it's frustrating to work.
And by the way, they're clerical.
Yeah, okay. It's even more frustrating to work with folks like that. But the bottom
Commissioner,
line
we
is,
all agree with
if we're going to handle this efficiently, we have to be handling it weeks in advance. We're getting,
Well, I agree, but I didn't get it weeks in advance.
well, then it's going to be, I mean, we have an SBE director that is really on top of things. We get a breakdown each week.
And with all,
He just did it this past week.
I know, yeah, no, I know, it's wonderful.
And
It's
I
wonderful.
wanna thank-
But we're gonna have to ask a little more, right? We're gonna have to ask a little more to get it further back so we can make these decisions in a timely manner.
Okay. Okay.
and I agree, Commissioner. You know that I will give you that discretion anytime. But I mean, in this point, I just would like to move this forward because of the money and the partnerships are there, and we will not have another opportunity. And again, I want to thank to all the people that work on this from 7 to 15. Not good enough, but hey, it's what we could do with what we have. And thank you to Public Works. I appreciate it.
Oh, question.
All right, and this vote is on
on the agenda.
This is 1 through 8, right? Because
That's
how it
This is
came.
on awarding the bids 1 through 8.
I got a small change on K5, which is the AV equipment for the 14 auxiliary courtrooms. We're going to change that funding source to ARP.
Okay.
American Rescue, okay. So, you have a
Got it.
motion and a
You need
second.
somebody needs to amend that, whoever made it.
I move approval. Oh, Commissioner Koch did them.
Yeah, but you need to
I'm not
amend
sure
it.
anybody's moved yet. Someone moved.
I moved the
item.
Overrule.
Item?
I
Okay, so,
moved the overall, the poll, I didn't move the bids.
I need a motion to approve the bids with a change to number 5, changing the funding source to ARP.
So moved.
second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I vote, I oppose everything except K8. No, I just oppose K1.
Okay. All right. All right, that motion
Try, good try.
carries unanimously on all but K1 and 1 no on K1. All right, I see.
Okay,
John
Judge
Curzo, our
Judge
DA
Cordell
is
has made
here.
it. Yeah, he's arrived.
So let's
Go
go
back
forward
to
with
the-
that presentation.
Dallas County, Aaron, the Dallas County State Hospital wait list overview. Judge Cruzo is here, who is our district attorney, and of course, Chief Lynn Pride Richardson is here, who is our Director of Public Defender's Office, the largest in the state. I see Charlene Randolph is here, who's our Criminal Justice Coordinator, along with Ms. Laura Edmonds. And I just want to thank all of them. There have been some individuals, and I don't know if anyone is here from NIDBA. Over the weekend, again, Saturday, Sunday, we were going back and forth on OCRs, that the whole outpatient competency restoration, and of course, we'll talk a little bit about jail restoration once you get it up there, Aaron. This wait list, and the reason we're dealing with this whole issue of wait list is because, as you know, recently the Dallas County Jail came back into compliance. There are two things at play here. First of all, the state used ARPA money, and they're going to build a 200-bed regional psychiatric hospital, $400 million, but 200 beds is the objective. The problem with that challenge is, first of all, is for a 6-county region. And while we appreciate Representative Rose, Dallas delegation, state of Texas, it's for a 6-county encatchment region. Of the 200 beds, only 28 of them are what we call forensic beds. And so that creates a real challenge for Dallas County. Basically, next slide. We have 400 individuals who right now are in the Dallas County Jail. Dallas County has an increased number of individuals who have been found incompetent to stand trial. And so as a result, we now have 400 individuals on the state hospital waiting list. And that's as of May 2022. Of the 400, 72 are waiting transport to a hospital, a state hospital, on misdemeanor charges only. 72 individuals. Now, this may not look like much of the whole scheme of things. And by the way, Mr. Bazan, we just are spending over $1 million to renovate a floor in the jail because of primarily behavioral issues. So we're retrofitting, at least in the jail, but when we come into compliance, the 1 to 48 takes in all of those individuals that are in the facility. This is 400 individuals who have been here, some of them over 800 days. And so I'm concerned about, first of all, the misdemeanor. Individuals in jail waiting on a misdemeanor charge, according to the statute, can only wait misdemeanors, Bs, 180 days, misdemeanor As, 365 days. And so the problem we've got is that we have Dallas County a competency court team who works religiously to release these individuals to from the jail to a community-based treatment center. The problem is right now, state hospital waiting list, females, 96. 13 females are waiting for maximum security hospital. 83 females are waiting for non-maximum security hospital. The total males that are waiting, 304. 111 for maximum, 193 for minimum. And so, non-maximum, same thing. So the wait list in 2017, and we use that as our base year, we had 130 individuals who were waiting for the state hospital. In 2019, this is still prior to COVID, we had 203 individuals waiting for the state hospital. As of May 2022, we now have 400 individuals who are waiting for the state hospital. And I want to thank all of those people who helped me do the recalculation. I had said that we had a 207% increase. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a 307% increase since 2017. And so when we look at what's going on here, in the minimum, we got Terrell State Hospital, we got Montgomery Hospital, and we got Palestine. Those are what we call minimum security or non-maximum. In terms of maximum, under the code, under the criminal code, 1732, we got Vernon and we got Rusk. These are the average days for our females that are waiting in the facility. And so when you look at this, you know, what is really driving us is that we've gone from about 20, which is the baseline year in 2017, to 2022, we now have 353. That's for non-maximum security, for waiting female. Now, for males, we've gone from 2017, 74 individuals, to now 401, 2022. And so, next, I'm going to kind of get through these. And so what the issue that's driving here is the average days that we're waiting. The female maximum security hospital, they're waiting almost a year, 318 days. They were waiting about 110 days. They're now waiting 318. Next. The average days for our males, they've gone from 205, baseline year 2017, to 822 days. Next. And so the average number of state hospital admissions, you know, per month have gone from 35, which was in 2017, down to 2. You can do the math from there. And so, and we go through, you know, I don't want to bore you going through all of this, but all of these individuals from 2017 to now is costing the taxpayers of Dallas County $13.5 million. Now, you know, my concern is too, and I know we got jail base competency, we got outpatient competency, restoration. My challenge, and I was waiting for Judge Crusoe to come. This is the psychiatric hospital that we talked about, that the state is funded through ARPA money. But again, it's not expected to come online to 2025. Again, at the end of the day, while we need the facility, it's for 6 counties, number one, and then number 2, in addition for being for 6 counties, it only has 28 forensic beds. And so where are we? And Judge Crusoe, the reason I had asked you, you know, because I'm concerned about those 72 individuals, and the best that my criminal justice department was able to provide, we're coming up on both those 180 days and those for Class Bs and 365 days for Class As. And so I'm wondering, is there an opportunity just for the 72? I know everybody says, well, it's only 72 beds. Well, OCR ought to be able to handle outpatient compensated restoration, ought to be able to handle those 72. And between you and Public Defender's Office, what's going on, I don't understand. First of all, that's 72 beds we could relieve ourselves of. What is the Mr. Bazan, the last time we did the compliance issue with the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, when we decided to do that third floor, at the end of the day, 72 beds, we free up the floor. We basically free up the floor. And so that's what I'm asking. And I'm not putting the blame on anybody. I've handed this off to our Dallas delegation. I understand. We're all in COVID, mode. State has, 1/3 of their Texas Department of Criminal Justice staff not there anymore. We got 400 people or 300 and some odd people, Ms. Randolph, paper ready to go to the state. So now we've got 400 ready to go to the state on a wait list for mental health. Then we got 300 plus almost 400 ready to go to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. And so as a result, we're getting tagged with the cost of not only maintaining, but also having to maintain a jail that's in compliance. The jail pre-COVID cost us $8.5 million a month. Today, the jail is costing us $12 million a month. And so at some point in time, I'm just saying to the Dallas delegation and to others, we need some relief. You can't ask us to swim and you got our hands tied behind us. And so, Judge Crezeau, with regards to, I don't know what your ability to move some of this, along with the Public Defender's Office, but we've got to have some relief. Dallas County is doing everything they can to move this ball, but we owe it not only that to those people who are just sitting there, who are decompensating again, who we have restored to, and then they sit there long enough to decompensate. And I want to give credit to Representative Rose. She passed a bill that said once they return, the defense bar needs to get there and take care of the case. There's no penalty. There's no penalty. And right now it does not appear. I'm almost down to misdemeanors because I understand a little different with the felonies, and maybe y'all even understand different with the misdemeanors. My problem is we need relief, Judge.
Right. So I'm John Crezeau, the Dallas County District Attorney. Let me say, in theory and in principle, I agree with everything you say. Number one. Number two, this population has grown way too large, and I want to address that. What we're doing in conjunction with the Public Defender's Office and with the private bar, but we do have more success in dealing with the Public Defender's Office because they're there with us. We work together, whereas a private lawyer may be in some other county or whatever. So that's it. The other thing is, this is just somewhat of an aside, but just to show you, I think you all know this better than I do. I don't know that there's ever been a district attorney's administration that worked as closely with all the stakeholders
I agree.
To reduce jail population in a safe manner. And I'll give you an example. Your one bucket of people on felony probation violations in jail now is down about 100 from where it always was. And the only thing that changed is who does those motions and what's in them. We took them over because we were not satisfied with who was going to jail, how long they were staying, et cetera. We've had some pushback, but we've done our part, and that's down 100. Now, let me get directly on to what you're saying. A little bit of bad news. Those 28 beds that you mentioned, you said that for competency restoration. We don't think that from the people who are building the facility. They are forensic beds, but they're coming from some other source and not competency restoration as we understand it. Now, you are right. It's only 28 beds, even if, but you take away 28 and it's even worse. So we understand that. When we get to felony and misdemeanors, when we had this crisis once before when we started into COVID, and they just weren't taking anybody. That was that crisis then, as you remember. And so I got with the public defender and whatever other civil lawyers and said, look, at a certain date, we're going to dismiss these cases, the misdemeanor cases. We're going to dismiss them. These people are in beyond what they would serve, beyond 180 days, beyond a year. And they had some legitimate concerns about the safety, the welfare, et cetera, of their clients. I understand that. But at a certain point, we need to move on. And so the PD's office did an outstanding job with NITBA and others and working with Ms. Charlene, et cetera, that we found some placements, but we didn't necessarily solve all the problems. We found placements. And even today, we cut people off at 180 days or 1 year. We're dismissing the cases. The problem is they're not getting the services and they wind up right back in. And so a lot of these people are recycled in and they go back out. Now, what has the DA's office done to try to break this idea that mentally ill people need to be brought to jail? That's the crux of that's one crux of the problem. The other problem is what the state's doing, okay? Not enough money, not enough commitment, taking money out of mental health when we're in this crisis here in Dallas County and across the state and spending it on, other things. But we can't control that, okay? But what are we doing in the DA's office to try to get in front of this? Now, we're not going to have immediate, okay? We're not going to, anything I do today is not going to necessarily change the dynamic of criminal justice and the jail and who's in it today. But we're working on it, okay? $200,000, which is 2/3 of a cost for 4 cities, the Northwest sector, to get a mental health assessment so we can get in front of it with Meadows. We're about to announce this week $250,000 that we are taking. All this is from asset forfeiture, by the way. Going into right care to expand right care so we get more officers, more treatment professionals, however they want to do it. Okay, we're not going to tell them how to do it, but the only way we can contribute the money is for a law enforcement purpose. So if they're using police officers, we can help with that and expand that. Okay, that's that. The other thing, the deflection center's open, but not being used yet. We're still working on our training videos, et cetera, et cetera. It will give some relief. Okay, but obviously when you're talking 16 beds and 400 people or 200, whatever, you're not talking about a big drawdown. But we are doing something. And so all of this takes a collaborative effort. When we talk about Bail J's competency restoration, we're not doing that. And I think, and my staff can speak to it more, we are not currently doing that in as robust a manner as we could. Okay.
But why, Judge? And that's where I'm going to drive.
It's spacing. Some of it is female versus male. My understanding is we have a very limited number for female. The other thing is I don't know that we have a judge who today signs, and Kendall is here. She can talk more to that, more the specifics of signing the orders, and if it's voluntary on the defendant, we can forget about that for most of them. Okay, yeah, I mean, come on, exactly. They don't even have the ability. That's why we got them. That's why we're doing this. And so some of it is spacing. I think some of it is staffing for the sheriff's department. But the bottom line is, how do we figure out what we need to do? And that's what I can contribute to. And that is, I am willing, you are willing, I know Lynn is willing in her office, and I know Charlene, Ms. Randolph is willing, okay, and the sheriff's department is willing. We need to sit down and figure out and present a plan to the judges, and either we're on target or not, either they want to participate or not. I don't know. I mean, some of this has to be another branch of government that operates independently, and I'm certain they will, but until we present and get it done. And I think over the next 30 days, we could do that.
Well,
Okay,
Judge-
where are we lacking? What do we need to do? And we're willing to engage in this conversation.
Well, and I bring it to the court primarily because there are a couple of things that are before us. And again, our Dallas delegation. First of all, the midnight count last night was over 6,000.
Right.
We haven't seen that in a minute.
There's some other factors, as you know, in that too. So
Sir?
there's some other factors causing that to go up.
I know, but at the end of the day, all I know is on the Texas Commission on Jail Standards,
Right.
we're over 6,000. We're only authorized, and I tell people this all the time, George Allen is 800 beds. That's $10 million. We're not going back to George Allen, okay? So if we take that 800 beds out and then add this 6,000, we're only authorized totally for 7,200.
Right.
Decker is gone. So, and I'm just trying to, to manage the numbers. Plus, one of the things criminal justice does is they also watch that female population.
Right.
Because we know what females do to custody in terms of not being in sight nor sound of males. So it throws all of our numbers off. All thing I'm asking is, in those 72, for you, in the next few weeks, you and I saw Ms. Richardson, yeah, okay. And now I need to review that because I'm going to ask the court, beyond just the resolution that I'm going to ask them to pass, is that we now have access. Everybody's been talking about ARPA money. Well, the problem is, I told them that train scares me in two ways. First of all, it ain't going to recycle. That's number one. There's some three alphabets. There's a number of them three alphabets, but that OIG concerns me with that. Right now, it's all compliant, no problem. But Mr. Martin, court, with opioid money, we need to talk about it. If it's expansion in this area, then we need to be talking about it. It's already costing us $13 million. Just the bed plus, that's not what we're doing additional. And that $13 million is already baked in. I just told you we just a few weeks ago decided we're going to spend another $1 million plus on the third floor, and we haven't even gotten into operations yet. That's capital. Okay, so I guess I'm saying all this that we need a plan, and I know you've been
If
very.
I may, let me go on a little more.
Okay.
If I may, because we come with some ideas and some other things that are impacting this population that I think everybody needs to know. Okay, I called you 2 or 3 weeks ago. I told you what I tell you. Jail populations get ready to go up. I warned you because I knew that one of our judges was taking it upon himself, in my opinion, of many others, legally doing so, a certain number of low-level, first-time offenders who we didn't have a drug test, we're not getting it anytime soon, et cetera, releasing those people from jail. Okay, there was a perception that because he did it for all the courts that he was outside of his boundaries. Well, okay, I want to put this on the table so we can get past this because it's come up in a lot of different places. When we pre-assign cases in Dallas County, that does not give this judge versus that judge jurisdiction over that person on a felony case. It's just for record purposes. It's for how our computer works. The judge has authority over the person when there's either an indictment or a writ of habeas corpus. Anything short of that pre-assignment is just custom, habit, and practice here in Dallas County. That is it. Well, there was some displeasure with that, and that ability to sign those people, which was quite a few, and why we're seeing ourselves at 6,000, has gone up. We don't have a resolution for that, but nonetheless, that's a contributing factor.
But the key you said is nonviolent,
right,
misdemeanor offenders.
Okay. Well, there needs, in my opinion, there needs to be a discussion with the judiciary, especially the district court judiciary, about if there's a way to resolve this. The bottom line is you have, and I'm talking, okay, I'm not pulling this out of my back pocket. I did this for 21 years. I think everybody understands this. Okay, you don't have jurisdiction. It's not your person in your case until there's an indictment or somebody's filed a document called a writ of habeas corpus to put it in. This thing that we call pre-assignment, you don't own anything except statutorily you have some responsibilities. One of them is to get a lawyer appointed. Okay, however that works from court to court. Okay, but nonetheless, so you have some statutory responsibilities, but you don't have jurisdiction. And so to stop that process, which was helping us keep jail population down, needs to be discussed and maybe better understood. I don't know. That's up to them. They're the ones that were doing it. They're the ones that stopped it, and here we are. So that's that. The other thing is that we, as the district attorney's office, and we have presented our numbers to staff, for you, your staff, that we are in dire need of more people, more paralegals in this mental health division, because we don't just handle cases with the public defender's office, which we're in the same building, we communicate well. But once we get out here, we have 100% of everybody's cases, and our caseloads are way beyond what is appropriate and necessary. And a lot of this is that we can't get to things, and we can't get to people in a timely manner to get in front of these problems, which we may be able, and we think we can alleviate these stays in jail and the lack of, but we need to coordinate. We need to coordinate that jail-based competency restoration. We need to coordinate how many beds for this sex versus that sex. We need to coordinate how many lawyers that we have. And we need to get some kind of understanding, if we can, with the judiciary about the release of these individuals. As you know, many years ago, and I signed off on it just amongst my 17 colleagues, year after year, every time it was brought, to release people from jail if their cases weren't signed within X day, weren't filed within X days, depending on the type of case. Well, on any and all felony cases, we have a hard date of 90 days. We're deemed not ready if there are no charges. And so the person will get out of jail. So the judges, as part, and this is fine, this is their considered judgment on it, that they were policymakers and they wanted to get out of the business of releasing people from jail. Fine. Okay, but here we go. It increases jail population. We don't have that release mechanism anymore. And so one judge was doing it, and so we had a release mechanism for a certain percentage, which was helping, which is now we're in this crisis. So one of the things I want to make certain, and we've talked to staff, but I want to make certain that all of you all, as the decision makers and the voters on the budget, and the budget department, is that we are overwhelmed, okay, and we can do a much better job, but it needs to be coordinated, not just us, but everybody, and we can do a much better job in my department if we have more lawyers and more staff to process these cases. As these cases come in, as we promote these practices on the street to try to stop it from being a crisis, they may wind up in jail on something lower, okay? And if so, we have to deal with it, and that's what we're seeing. And we're seeing a more robust, in my opinion, police department response. And some people say it's inappropriate. I can't get into that. That's going to be their business. I have to deal with the case when it comes here, okay? But nonetheless, we are trying to ramp this up through the DA's office with over $500,000 in money contributed to our law enforcement agencies from forfeiture money. We've never used that for anything for the community. Well, we're doing it now, and we're trying to create better practices for the police departments and to relieve this problem. But unfortunately, it's not going to relieve it today. And so what I'm asking is that we all get together between now and August and sit down and think this through. Every department that's engaged, criminal justice, you all, sheriff's department, us, PD, private bar, NIPA, the mental health community, those who provide services, et cetera, to see where we are weak and where we're not doing best. And the other thing, too, is this 16.22, which we're not in compliance with, is going to mandate an assessment. And if you think you got problems now, and all this is mental health, it doesn't say in a crisis, okay? And it talks about intellectual disability disorder. So these things, as we become compliant, this is not yet. It's a crisis now. It's going to be a super crisis if we really start doing what we're supposed to do. And we all need to come together to figure out how we're going to approach this problem. That's my suggestion.
But isn't it true, too, that...
I'm sorry, how could you, Honorable Crusoe, how could you suggest these meetings take place? I mean, the Criminal Justice Advisory Board is ready. However, I think in a small groups, and that's what I'm asking you, how do we make it happen? I totally agree with you. We need to create a plan.
Set a date, invite everybody who needs to be there, then have the meeting.
Okay.
It's like everything else.
And bring their weaknesses within their departments.
Well, I think that, I think that we can sit down and think this through, and we understand what departments the obvious ones are the ones I've mentioned. There may be some others that I don't know about, because I don't deal with everybody on a daily basis like you all do. However, if we're going to tackle this, we're going to have criminal justice. We're going to need to be there, PD, private defense bar, okay? They're going to need to communicate. We need to have an actual understanding, even though, like you said, this is 2025, 2026, and there's no help to us right now, okay? And then we need to understand what are our in-jail challenges if we're going to have in-jail competency-based restoration. If we're going to have that, then what does that mean? If we're going to have it in a minimal manner, then we just keep doing what we're doing. If we're going to have it in a robust manner, what does that mean? And what are the alternatives short of that, if we can, to get people out? And like I said, we're already hard dismissing cases at 180 and days in 1 year. But when we do that, we get a recycle. A lot of these are recycling in.
But that's the reason we got OCR. And again, I want to go back to this, and I just got from one of our legislators, they said the Texas House Human Services Committee has the issue of state hospital forensic waiting lists on the agenda of their meeting next Tuesday. It's interesting.
So what?
Well, that's all well and good. But let me just tell you.
Doesn't solve our problem today.
But when you go, Dallas County is in the forefront of it.
Right.
But when you go out and look at peer counties, what really kind of charged me up on this.
Sure.
When you look at peer counties.
Yes.
Harris County has 5 million people, 4.8. We have 2.6.
Yes.
Guess what? They've got a smaller waiting list than we do.
I understand. They have a different process of taking cases too.
And that's what I've heard.
Well, let me address this, because this doesn't have anything to do with me, but you personally, and I think maybe one or two others may have the experience of it. I think. So one of the features in a couple of things here in Harris County is, number one, they have a 24/7 staff deciding cases in or out or here or there. Yeah. Okay, and that's a big contributor to why they're different. Apparently, as I understand, sometime post-2007, we were doing that. I think everybody was happy with it. My understanding, for the most part, everybody in the DA's office was happy with it, and then somebody became unhappy with it, and then we stopped doing it as a county. I'm willing to look into doing that. I'm willing to do that. The other thing about magistration, I don't know to what extent this will make a difference, but once again, we have said, and I don't care what the judges think about private attorneys down at magistration. So what? If they want private attorneys that won't agree. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say it publicly. So what? It ain't their case until there's an indictment or a writ of habeas corpus. Those two things. And number three, if we put public defenders down there from Lynn's office, which she is willing to do, and we started along this process, we hired, they hired, okay, to do this. Okay, we've now learned it's going to probably take more people.
It's called Plan A. We approved that.
Plan A, okay, but it's going to be more complex than what we thought when you approved it. We understand that now because we have the experience. But nonetheless, we can give somebody the opportunity to go before the magistrate with a lawyer or on their own. I guarantee you 99.9% of them going up there with a lawyer. And it doesn't matter. They don't care whether their lawyer was appointed by the judge at 3 a.m. in the morning. What they care about is a lawyer to go up there. And we might, between all of that, get a better process. Is it going to stop this crisis we have in front of us today? No. But it is a best practice, and we're starting to move in that direction. And if I may, let me go on a little more. I got a lot on my mind now that you got me up here. So yes, you have identified some processes that aren't working very well. And guess what? So have we. And we agree with you. We agree with the court that this is not working very well. And there are others that in the future, not today, we'll be talking about, and other facets of our system that we are researching. However, The question was asked by Dr. Garcia, what do we do? I think it's real simple. Set a date, make an invitation, put an agenda, what our goals are, and who can bring what to that. But we need somebody who is somewhat standing back, who's an expert, who can help guide the discussion and get everybody to where they need to be. And that's what I think. And I think we can get the major part of this done, at least as far as what we need. We might not have the resources. We're not going to get that bed, that hospital, et cetera. I know all that. But at least we can come up with a plan that we can start working out of, and hopefully by the end of the year have something more comprehensive in how we attack all of this.
But isn't it true, too, that a lot of those things that you're talking about have been discussed by
Absolutely.
the DA, by the PD, by the private bar? Because I've seen many of the things already, the number of social workers who are helping the cases that moves along,
In our office.
which then addresses some of the questions. Okay, what happens afterwards? Where do the inmates go after their case has been decided? And then what are the community resources that are going to be there to manage what's going on? That's one part of it. The order number 44 in today's agenda is looking at the Indigent Defense Grant, which is another 19 staff people to help very specifically this issue. So that, yes, there are a variety of things. I mean, that's true, right?
Yes.
That things are being worked along. And they're also just looking at the whole system. You're looking at not only at addressing what's going on in the community beforehand, book in, and then throughout the whole process, what happens with people that end up in our system. I mean, those are things that are already in the works.
Yes.
And so the point of it being is to, because I know that you and Ms. Richardson probably talk quite frequently, no?
I think the issue is
follow her instructions if you want to be.
I think the issue, none of this is cheap.
Exactly.
I mean, as you guys are talking, I'm sitting here next to Ronica, and I know that the chings are just going off in her head as we're talking.
Hey, I gave her a budget, opioid.
I know, and let me get there, Commissioner, because you're right. I think what we have to do is we have to have that plan. As Dr. Garcia, as the DA was saying, Commissioner Price, we've got to bring everybody together. We've got to come up with a comprehensive plan that we can fund somehow quickly, either through ARP and opioid, okay? And then we've got about 2.5, maybe 3 years to prove whether or not this works, because the goal is if we can get 6,000 inmates in the jail down to 3,000 to 4,000 where we were before all this started. That's $5 million savings that can continue to fund some of these things.
Amen.
But we've got to use these funds judiciously and quickly to put the plan in place. So I would recommend that, as Dr. Garcia, maybe a subcommittee have Mr. Heichel work with the DA's office, pull all these pieces together. Ms. Watkins has got to be a part of this process because we've got to fund this and we've got to do it quickly.
And one more point, Mr. Martin, I think you were right on. I mean, right on. Now, if I understood correctly, Judge Crusoe, you also say it has to be mediated by an expert.
Because
By
they're competing
someone-
interests.
Definitely. No, and I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as I would love to chair that, or I'm sure any of my
Yeah.
colleagues are capable of, I think someone like a strategic planning on jail standards, because let me tell you something else, Judge, that has been on my mind since the point that we make a challenge, to hire and retain people in the sheriff department. I think the jail standards, and I say it publicly many, many times, are dated. As much as we have tried to work within the criminal justice system, those jail standards were created many years ago, and as we start working on a new jail facility that is coming to the Facilities Committee, no pressure, Mr. Bazan, I cannot create something new with dated guidelines, with guidelines that are not set for the new sheriff department workers, mothers, females, mostly minorities, working 3 days in a jail. Are you kidding me? Where am I going to retain this workforce? Right. So as they're putting something in the agenda of the states, I think it's something, if we're going to spend this amount of money, let's go ahead and hit it in the forehead. Might as well put jail standards. How dated are they for the worker of the 21st
All of
century?
that sounds
And
great,
jail.
and we've had this discussion. The problem is, first of all, The Texas Commission on Jail Standards, they don't answer those. They
No,
answer
they don't
to
care
the
about what we think.
That's right. Number one. Number two. Number two, they have been sunsetted. Guess what? And so, you know, and I keep telling that, because I realize we're urban counties, our peers are urban counties. Most of Texas is not. And so they don't have the same issues, even in compliance, that we have in the urban centers. And when you read that sunset in Mr. Reed, you know, need to disseminate that sunset information, some of the same stuff. You know, frankly, Scarlett, they don't give a damn. Those are our issues, and they're our issues, and we're going to have to figure out how to move it around. They do not make jail standards for certain counties.
Exactly. That's why we have to do those jail standards. That's why we have to be in the leadership, because nobody looks like us.
The legislature.
And we go through the legislature. It's not the first
Dr.
time that
Garcia,
we've been
I think
rejected.
your point is that they're outdated and at some point they need to be modernized, and I think we all understand and agree with that, but we have a crisis today.
Correct.
And the other thing I want to remind everybody is that from time to time, this body, this county, these departments, all of us who I've mentioned, we have tackled crises successfully. We know how to come together. When we were talking about that 90% compliance rate back, you know, the last time, but we got it this time, we didn't see a way to get there, but we got there before the governor reduced the number. But we achieved it. Whenever we have put our minds to it and put ourselves together and said that we're going to solve this problem, we have been able to do it. And all I'm suggesting is it's time for another one of those. It's larger than whether or not we're going to make 90% or not, okay? It involves a lot of stakeholders, and it's going to take some, and to be quite honest, I mean, it's going to take some rethinking from our police agencies about who and how to arrest and other appropriate interventions, and that's exactly why we're putting this $500,000 in there.
You know, I appreciate that. I appreciate that Pollyanna approach.
Okay.
But let me just tell you, you know, before we started probing and pushing over here, guess what?
What?
Harris County hit it. Travis County hit it. Tarrant County hit it. Collin County hit it. Damn, what? You know, why?
I understand that.
Yeah, why is it taking all this coddling and cooing to be able to get you signed on? You took an oath. You're gonna do a job.
Yeah,
Just do the damn job.
Commissioner, I don't think anyone, I understand and I appreciate what you're saying, okay? And I'm not, maybe I'm coming off Pollyannish, and that's fine. I'll accept that. However, that's not the information that was given to us that everybody was so in compliance. In fact, I was on the phone with other elected prosecutors from across the state, various and sundry meetings, who perceived, whether they did or not, they had the same crisis we did. That is, they weren't going to make 90%. And if it was so easy to make 90%, why did the governor reduce the number at the last minute? We asked, could we get some slack cut? The answer was, we'll get back with you, but probably not. But we made the 90%, and then he reduced it. So obviously, it's not quite, I may be Pollyannish, but obviously the situation wasn't that easy to solve, because he, who ain't no friend of ours, generally speaking, when it comes to these issues, okay, he reduced that number. There was a reason he reduced it, because people couldn't make it, whoever they were. I don't know if it was Bexar County, Harris County, I don't know.
Bear's the only outlier.
I'm telling you, they reduced the number. There may be some smaller jurisdictions, but let's just take a moment. You bring up Harris County. Harris County every year had high 90s. That's why they weren't worried about it, because their averages were so high. Even though their COVID numbers went down, they were always so high. Why can they be so high? Well, maybe one of the reasons is they screen the cases right there before they even come to the jail. Bang. Okay, that's one reason. Another reason, they're more engaged. Their probation department is more engaged, along with some members of the judiciary there, in being more proactive in getting in front of these. Of course, you know, That's the way it is, and so we deal with it. And what I'm saying is we are willing in the DA's office to embrace some of those
And I know you are.
systemic changes.
Right.
Just let us know. We're good to go.
I led that delegation in 2007. I
Right.
took a delegation.
Yeah, right.
Right, so I'm aware, and I remember when there was a retreatment.
Right.
I remember who retreated and
Right.
what happened, so I'm aware. Go ahead.
Yeah, Judge Griswold, just before
Yep.
we, push together, and we need to have a concerted effort where we get all the stakeholders together, but I'm curious, in your opinion, does it make sense to make sure that we narrow the scope at the first step, largely regarding, just focusing on competency restoration? It seems to me, we have a lot of pieces of the system, right? And only so many that we're going to have enough money to have a direct effect on. From what I understand, and from the anecdotes, we've had individuals that have been sent off, come back, and then they decompensate, right? And that when that is the most, egregious missed opportunity. We had the individual ready to stand trial to move on with their lives potentially, and now they're back in that scenario, they're back in the queue, and, we're going to be taking resources that did not have to have been duplicated, but for the fact that happened, right? So it seems appropriate that, we focus very heavily on jail-based competency restoration and anything we can to advance in the state's line. I mean, that seems to be the thing
That's
that
a part
is-
of what I'm saying. Yes, I think we can have a much more robust approach to that than we do now, but it's going to take the engagement of all the stakeholders to do that. Yes.
And I would suggest, too, that I just Googled to find out what there are in the 106 experts in criminal justice. And I think having somebody kind of be a little bit of a driver to bring people together, because there are years of experience among you and Ms. Richardson, the private bar. I mean, you have a lot of the pieces. And then to make that coordination, I think that we can find the good team and have the right people at the table in order to do that. So anything that I can do, we can do to assist in this, to make it happen quickly, and before our next meeting in August, to have some kind of a plan.
And I think
Sure,
bringing
and
those
I have to be
pieces
honest,
together.
when I say an outside facilitator, that in and of itself takes it away from being quick. I mean, let's be honest, because you got to go find that person, this, that, and the other.
Okay, if
But-
it's within, then
Okay,
let's do it
well,
within.
one thing I do know, and I don't know that we're any different from any other county, but we do it especially well here, okay, is we hold on to our practice, our individual practice, what I call principalities. Okay, I ain't changing. And one of the problems we have, all systems have, is when you look at where the system is not working as well, everybody who's looking at it is a contributor to it not working well. And so what it takes sometimes is somebody from the outside to break it down and get past that. Everybody's got their principality, their piece of it, and I'm doing it right, and I don't want to change. Okay, I deal with that every single day. I'm the bad guy. But you know what? It's okay. At some point, we got to discuss it and get some change. That's why I'm saying that. That does not lend to doing it fast, so,
Well, we
be honest.
already have people in the region who have helped us in the past on criminal justice issues.
Sure.
That's their area of expertise. They're familiar with the area, and my guess would be able to be at speed quickly.
Well,
That could be.
long story short, let's just.
Let's do it.
Mr. Martin, louder, Mr. Heiko, pull together the assembly within the next few weeks, especially during July. Let's get something and come back to the court with something fresh. But I still want to see that opioid budget. I want to see what outpatient competency restoration looks like. Where are we now? We can talk about, you can talk about jail bed competency, but the problem with that is that we got space issues. And so if in fact we can get, OCR, then we can make it work. Ms. Randolph, Ms. Edmond, that, and so we need to be probing that because we already have a contract with OCR, correct? With doing some OCR, at least NIDPA does. And so let's see what all of that looks like.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so,
Yep.
I just got a resolution here. If the court, Judge, you're fine. Fine. Ms. Richards, anything you want to say?
About the OCR,
Yeah, no, come forward.
Yeah, come on up here, take your spot.
Share
I
the-
yield to Ms. Richardson.
The DA has said it all. I do want to say on OCR that the DA's office, and we have a representative, we work real hard on getting people in outpatient competency restoration. But if they get out in the community and they don't do what they're supposed to do, okay, or they get a new offense, then they end up coming back. And maybe we need to track how many of the people that we're releasing. But we will make every effort to, let's take a chance on this person. We also do this with jail-based competency. If they're in there, they're doing better, then we get them released to outpatient competency restoration. But there's certain requirements. They have to have stable living facilities, and they have to be willing to take their medication and follow whatever the requirements are. So it is a solution, but we're trying, but sometimes they keep coming back again.
Well, and I understand that. I'm not saying it's going to be the end all, but my point is, just like you said, let's look at the numbers. Let's see what's going on. Tell us what it is you need as part of this, quote, plan. But, we know what it's costing us, and see, the difference is, we talk about that $60-something a day that the sheriff to pay while they're here. These particular people in custody, this wait list costs more. It's a different cost factor. In fact, I think we put it in there. It's about $470, not 66. I mean, because they just the med. It's a different scenario. So I agree. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Richardson.
and that being said, Judge, I had to put forward with regards to the court today, and I'm just going to ask, whereas of May 22nd, there are 400 individuals accused of committing criminal acts that are waiting in the Dallas County Jail for a bed at the state facility to undergo the process of competency restoration. And whereas in 2017, Dallas County had 130 individuals waiting for a place at a state hospital facility. Thus, this increase during the approximate 5 years represent a 307.69 increase from December 2017 to May 2022. And whereas the average wait time at the end of May for non-maximum security hospital for males is 401 days and the females is 353 days, this is a significant increase from a pre-pandemic level where of the December 2019, the wait time was 166 days for males and 47 days for females. Some of these individuals are charged with misdemeanor offenses, and due to the wait time, they time out before they are admitted to the state hospital for treatment. And whereas, like the protracted wait time for non-maximum facility, the average wait time as of the end of May for maximum security hospital for males is 822 days and for females is 315 days. Yet again, these wait times are a significant jump from the pre-pandemic levels in December of 2019 when the wait time was 440 days for males as opposed to 822 and 160 days for females as opposed to 315. Whereas each additional day that these individuals are forced to wait on the state, the county is paying up to $470 per inmate, depending on treatments and specialized care needed while they wait. To date, this population, along with the respective wait time, has resulted in the cost of Dallas County taxpayers upwards of $13,576,348 and will continue rising if this problem is not addressed immediately. Whereas investment in mental health in Texas has declined over time, and in April 2022, $210 million was redirected from the state's Health and Human Services Commission to the Border Security Mission. And whereas on June 1st, 2022, Governor Abbott charged the legislature to discuss mental health funding in special committees, and whereas the state of Texas received $16.8 billion in American Rescue Funds, and Dallas County Commissioner's Court challenges our state to make significant investment with these American Rescue Plan dollars in the mental health care. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does encourage the state and the government to ensure that adequate and robust funds are directed toward mental health care reform in order to address this significant issue of backlogging jails and plaguing Texans, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I want to thank the court for, for their indulgence, thank criminal justice and the district attorney's office, public defenders, and all of those, and NITBA, who worked over the weekend. I appreciate Chad Anderson, Ms. Lucky, Janie Metzinger, as we all, I guess we started Saturday morning, Saturday evening, we went into it Saturday night, Sunday they were responding, and then yesterday. So I just want to thank all of you. All of you were accessible. Ms. Evans, all of you were accessible. So thank you for helping us, put together the presentation. As you see now, we at least have a path forward. Your energy was not in vain. And so thank you all.
Well, the hard work starts now. I look forward working with Mr. Heikel and Mr. Martin to put that group together with the DA and everyone in the Criminal Justice Advisory Board. Thank you.
I will also be on that so that I can help navigate.
I would suggest that the hard work continues.
Okay. I'm Judge, that does it for me.
That takes us through those resolutions. Let's try to get back onto the order. So next would be our presentations. Our first presentation is from Dr. Philip Wong.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Dr. Juan.
So we are still at the green transmission level, although I know we're looking at the current numbers. We do continue to see steady but moderate increases in the numbers of cases and also some of the hospital numbers. The general population case numbers have gone up about 24% week over week. Youth numbers about 29% week over week. And so we anticipate we'll continue to see probably some slow, steady week-over-week increases, not alarming, but they are still continuing to increase, but still in the context of much lower numbers than we've seen previously during the pandemic. Here's the available ICU bed numbers. Suspected and confirmed emergency department visits in the last 24 hours, confirmed admissions in the prior 24 hours. Again, seeing those increases, but then still much lower, certainly, than we've seen previously. Hospital occupancy, seeing that sort of slow but steady increase over the last several weeks. And then deaths, fortunately, have remained very low. When we look at the vaccination numbers,
everything is kind of inching up. Is that true?
it is inching up. That's what we're seeing, that steady inching up. And, I'll show you some of the variant which variants are circulating. And just we're seeing these subvariants of the Omicron are just really easily transmitted. And again, I bet all of you are aware of people who've been very careful and are still testing positive now. Fortunately, it's not as, the severity of the illness doesn't seem to be any worse, but again, just really easily transmitted.
Well, and yesterday we had our highest day of hospitalizations across North Texas since March 12th. So highest in whatever that is, over 2 months.
And I assume that you'll then be getting into what are we doing to anticipate, because looking around the country and looking around the world, those areas that are a couple of weeks ahead of us are seeing the increased incidence and hospitalizations, ICUs, et cetera. So I assume community education, increased vaccination in higher vulnerability areas. Those are the
Right.
kinds of things that we're working on.
We're certainly
at the moment.
continuing to do that. Actually, I'll send you the updated report from Friday with the block, census block information, still trying to do the community outreach. I'll mention it, I was going to mention it in a minute, but, over the weekend, then the CDC approved the under 5 vaccination, and FDA had approved that earlier in the week.
You made the front page.
Pardon?
You made the front page.
Yeah, exactly. Well, so we did just get notification within the last hour. We have received both of our shipments for Pfizer and Moderna. It was later. It was supposed to come in yesterday, but we do have it now. So staff are working. We're planning on being able to offer it at central office later this afternoon, and then our other sites then starting tomorrow. But they're working on that as we speak.
Thank you.
Here are some of the vaccination updates. About 74, almost 75% of persons 5 and older are vaccinated with at least 1 dose in Dallas County, and about 64% 5 and older fully vaccinated. The numbers, again, state in terms of number of vaccinations per week, remain much lower certainly than we've seen at its peak. I think the latest number was about 1,550 per week of first doses. We hope we'll get another bump with the under 5 whenever we get a new age group approved. We do see some initial sort of bounces up in those numbers, so we hope certainly we'll see that. And this shows some of the, again, detailed breakdown on persons vaccinated. About 1.8 million vaccinated with at least 1 dose, and 1.58 million fully vaccinated. As I mentioned, you look at the variant proportions, and this is for Texas. The green was that BA 2.12.1, and then now we're seeing more of the BA4 and BA5, which are, again, these other subvariants of the Omicron that are even more easily transmitted. So these, what's been seen in other countries is they start to then take over a greater percentage of what's being circulated. But again, really easily transmitted. Fortunately, at this point, not really resulting in more severe illness, but with the just sheer numbers of the increases, seeing that reflected in the case numbers and also the hospital numbers. We do have, again, still our vaccine availability, and I would also check the vaccines.gov. I know many of the pharmacies, but not all of them, are going to be offering also for the under 5. So some of them are pediatricians' offices, and we're also trying to work with our vaccine for children providers. So you might call your pediatrician. As I mentioned, our county immunization clinics will be offering all of the vaccines, including the under 5. Ellis Davis will not offer under 5 at their site. Here's again some of the testing resources that are still available, and some of the other community outreach.
Ellis Davis is focusing more on testing rather than vaccination.
Say that again?
So Ellis Davis is focusing more on testing?
They are doing testing and vaccinations, but they're not doing the vaccinations for under 5. Mm-hmm. And again, we still have these outreach clinics scheduled, and still, as we mentioned, want to continue to work with you all and your staff also to get these out in places where people still have difficulty obtaining the vaccine. All right.
I'm fine.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Horn.
And so, as we said earlier, that we are at the highest, it's still low, but we're the highest hospitalization here in North Texas that we've been in over 3 months, 3 months and a week. So an ounce of prevention goes a long way. Some examples of things for folks to consider when you're going on vacation, you're on a packed tour bus, you might consider wearing a mask there. Same thing when you're in a packed movie theater, anywhere where you're packed, there's not going to be great ventilation, is a good place for a mask. And testing before doing things is also good. Tests are very plentiful. For people here in Dallas County, for our employees, all you have to do is call your CVS or Walgreens that you use. And for each of our people who are on the United Healthcare plan, you get 8 free tests, 8 free at-home tests every single month, right? And so you can use that. If you're going to have a big family reunion, a bunch of 80 and 90-year-olds at the family reunion, that'd be a great time to test people, particularly, young people who get out and about and are more likely, if they have this form, for it to be asymptomatic and they don't even know that they have it, and they go get around grandma and great-grandma, and unfortunately, she may have a really bad outcome. So we're still in great, relatively great shape compared to how we've been, but it just requires a little bit of caution to make sure that you have a good, safe summer. Our next presentation is Commissioner, hang on one second,
Yeah.
I've got to run down and find it. It's
That's
Commissioner Price.
Yeah. Well, I've done the, what I consider to be the jail. I did want to, again, we just did, majority of this court, did a piece on CORE's mission and values. And we had a pretty healthy discussion around that. And I guess what I find out is, not that I haven't known the hypocrisy of this country. Yesterday, everybody professed, this day of freedom, this Juneteenth. It's not that we've ever needed a national declaration. Texas got 2.5 years of free labor, and we know. But one of the things I never heard yesterday in all of the channels, and as I was sitting, I need to get the television in my office, I guess, done because I was surfing. And I didn't hear anyone talk about, reparations. In the 1970s, under mounting pressure from the Japanese American Citizens League and the redress organizations, President Jimmy Carter opened an investigation to determine whether the decision to put Japanese Americans in the concentration camps had been justified by the government. He appointed a commission on wartime relocation and internment of civilians. It was to investigate the camps. In 1983, the commission reported personal justice was denied. Found little evidence of Japanese disloyalty at the time and concluded that the incarceration had been the product of racism. It recommended that the government pay reparation to the internees. In 1988, President Ronald Reagan signed into law the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, which officially apologized for the internment on behalf of the U.S. government and authorized the payment of $20,000, which is equivalent to $46,000 today in consumer price index dollars, to each former internee who was alive when the act was passed. The legislation admitted that the government's actions were based on race, prejudice, war hysteria, and a failure of political leadership. So by 1992, the U.S. government eventually dispersed more than $1.6 billion And in today's consumer price index, I'm going to always do that, $3.67 billion in reparations to 82,219 Japanese Americans who had been interned. And as I heard Juneteenth yesterday, and he went to his grave, Representative Conyers, and H.R. 40 never got a hearing with regards to reparations. I heard the clarion call was, we all free. Which brings me to the World Health Organization, which said it will rename monkeypox to avoid discrimination and stigmatization as the virus continues to spread among people in an unprecedented global outbreak of the disease. The move comes after scientists called for an urgent change to the name, which they described as inaccurate, discriminatory, stigmatizing. An announcement on the new name will be made as soon as possible. But it works everywhere except Parkland Hospital, because when they use monkey at Parkland Hospital and distribute monkey mugs, they get promoted. They go from vice president to executive vice president. When a lion's share of the people who utilize and people who are recruited get stigmatized. We talk about core and mission and values, but only at Parkland Hospital is monkey mugs a elevating offense in your career ladder and a teachable moment for senior vice presidents. The rest of the world understands. And while I've been doing this for over 20 months, the band plays on and we all free. But ain't nothing changed at Parkland Hospital. Oh, except they get elevated in their career ladder and they get more money. Monkey mugs. Even CDC recognizes that a disease that's been around stigmatizes, is racist, and is ill named. And they plan on changing it and not using it as a, quote, teachable moment. But only at Parkland. Okay, Judge.
Our last presentation is a financial update. Before we do that one, let me take a moment of personal privilege. I mentioned this before, but I'd like to introduce my summer intern, Noah Asmaron. Go ahead and stand up. Say hi to him. Noah Asmaron is a rising senior at St. Mark's School of Texas. He's involved in Student Council, International Public Policy Forum, McDonald's Week Committee, and the Model UN. He was the Events Committee co-chairman for McDonald's.
To the last graph, yes.
Yeah, back up to the last graph.
You've got it?
Yeah. It's been going in the right direction. What occurred?
On the yellow line at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, the yellow line is the proposed impact once we do the 150 million. So
Yeah,
that's the increase.
I get that, but if we didn't do the 150 million, see, my problem is, yeah, we've been going in the right direction, and I can appreciate that. Now all of a sudden, what has caused us to go north?
So if you're looking at this graph goes all the way back to 2011. So we're looking at historical going back. And I think part of what is making this graph look more dramatic is what we're using for the graph there between a penny and a half, and 2. It's really bouncing between a small range from 1.5 to 2, 1.5, and then in 17 down, you went from a penny down to 0.6 of a penny. So it's
Okay, that's where I am. Okay, in 17, we went down to 0.6 of a penny.
right.
Okay.
And it's when you issue your debt at level principal, as soon as your debt hits the books, you're going to see that spike in the debt service. Some issuers will issue level debt service, not level principal, and that provides for a more flat tax rate impact, because you prudently choose to pay level principal and accelerate your payments. That's why you'll see these movements in the tax rate.
Is that what happened in the two little peaks?
Yes, ma'am. That's where
What
debt
were those? Do you remember what they were?
That was the 2013 issuance of refunding, and then the 2016 COs for the update of the library.
Yes.
Stop, time out. Who's
Hey,
it?
Carlos, can you show your face individually?
Yeah. You
I'm
gotta-
sorry. This is Carlos Allen from PFM speaking.
But
My
we
apologies.
got to have your face. I don't know who you are. Who are you?
Yeah, and also we have a problem, my staff's just texting me that our video feed is down somewhere, I don't know where, but YouTube or one of the places where people look at this.
It's working now.
Working now.
Okay.
Carlos, we're going to show you real quick, and then we'll get back to this slide presentation. But can you introduce yourself for the court, please?
Good morning, and thank y'all. My name is Carlos Allen. I work with Jen Arndt and Arcelia at PFM.
Yeah, my only question was, I saw the 6/10, and I understood, and I think he talked about the difference in the financing model as it began to gravitate, go north on us. He said the difference was what we're financing. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay.
Adrian was just pointing out, because we issue level principal right after every issuance, we're going to have a slight spike in the tax rate.
Which we had in 2016 when we borrowed for the records building. We had before that when you guys borrowed to refinance the debt a few years before that. Remember, each time you had those spikes. So.
Okay. But when we financed to do the records building, we were at 1.8. So I'm still a little mixed up with.
So in 2016, you issued. Go ahead, Carlos.
I was just going to point them to slide 4 in the packet that has the historical tax rate. And it will show that y'all are within a very tight range of about 1.5 pennies to as high as 2 pennies. And following the issuances in 2013 and 2016, you will see that you had a slight 0.5 penny increase in tax rate.
If y'all don't mind, so, I mean, you can see even on the slide, I'm going to move y'all back here for a second. You are still maintaining the overall downward trend. So I guess we use the word spike because that's what it looks like on the scale here, but they're more like blips. But what we can do is, I believe you'll probably have information from the assessor's office in the next few weeks to a month on that assessed value growth. So what we can do is work through staff to provide additional information about that change to the tax rate. You know, we've all seen what has been happening with property values, so I think that's certainly going to soften the way this looks. But what I see here that's really great and you know, shows the financial management at the county is that, you know, despite those little blips, what we see is an overall trend line heading downwards. And even after this new issuance, you're still kind of on that downward line with the property tax rate.
But I hear you say 0.6 to 1.11. I thought I heard
6/10 of 1 cent.
Right.
Yes, sir.
But this assumes no property value growth between this current year and next year, which we know is not the case. That's not what's built into this model.
No assumptions.
So as soon as we get that information from your staff, we will update this model, and that 0.6% will tighten up.
Yeah, and these are really conservative assumptions because we wanted you to have that information when we came in front of you, kind of the worst case scenario. We anticipate that it will be better, but with all the changes in the market, you know, for the purposes of full disclosure, we just wanted you to see it this way, knowing that the result is likely going to be significantly better.
And we won't
Could you
get
share
the
this with
updated certified appraised values until July 25th to get to them.
Repeat that, Doctor?
We'll get the final certified appraised values July 25th.
right.
And so we'll get that to our financial advisors.
Okay. But you can share this presentation, because I can't read the numbers on the bottom and stuff like that.
Yes, we will share that with you, and we'll update it when we get that July 25th
Okay.
to show that 0.6 number being less than what we've illustrated in this presentation.
Thank you.
And I agree with you. I call it old person eyes. I can't see this either. And we'll work on making the presentation easier to read.
Gotcha.
Key dates on the schedule.
Yeah, Carlos.
Carl, is that you?
Yes, I just wanted to say that this presentation will be dialed in when we come back to court in August.
Okay.
Got to see this video.
Okay.
So the last, if we go to the page. Okay.
Yeah.
The agenda, item 46 on the addendum is to approve notice of intent, to publish notice of intent to issue certificates of obligations. That's what kicks off this process. And that's the actual action item that's required. The bond counsel's here if you have any questions on that. So if that item is approved, we will move on with this schedule, which would be to publish on June 22nd and June 29th, hold rating calls week of July the 11th, price on August 16th. So we all know inflation, market moving away from us. We want to lock those rates in as soon as possible. The schedule is a fast-moving schedule. We can hit these dates. August 16th, we would price it, bring final results to you at that meeting. So once rates are locked, the uncertainty is gone. Closing usually it's required. We've got a couple of weeks between pricing and closing, but the uncertainty on market movement is locked in on the 16th of August. Receiving funds August 31st.
What does the syndicate look like?
And Commissioner and Judge, if we could take up 46 now, since Mr. Brooks is here, you've already suspended the agenda, so and we can ask those questions with Mr. Brooks and his team.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
Okay, move item number 46.
He's coming forward. I may have missed this because I'm dealing with 3 or 4 things that are happening all at once, but the money's going to be used primarily for transportation, major capital improvement?
It's capital projects, building projects, Judge.
Buildings.
Yes, construction, capital projects.
Construction, renovation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason to do it now is, he's saying because interest rates are going up, and y'all are saying now's the time to build even more buildings because?
Well, we want to keep the momentum going with the projects that we already have on the books, and we don't want to be stopped because of either, shortage of cash at the time. We'd like to continue to just move these projects along, and we're real afraid that the interest rate's going to continue to climb. So,
Cost of money is just going up.
Exactly. I mean, if we had foresight, we would have done this a year ago, but we didn't at the time. So, my concern, Dr. Watkins' concern, if we wait any longer, we don't know what the feds are going to do, and it's just going to continue to skyrocket.
That's good. Ben, y'all.
Well, still on. Okay. Got a motion second, but I don't know what the syndicate looks
Judge, Commissioners, I'm Ben Brooks. I'm with my partner, Steve Bolden, with Bracewell County's Bond Council. The action that's on the, yes, he's been with us now. Yes, you do remember correctly, Judge. It used to be Mayholm and Bolden, but now they're with us.
Well,
and we're glad to have them.
You finally did something right when you got rid of Rudy. You brought in some good people. But anyway, go ahead.
I'll move on. Thank you, Commissioner. Don't make me incriminate myself. The action before you today is to authorize the publication of what's called a notice of intent. It's a legal requirement that it must be published once a week for 2 consecutive weeks, at least 46 days prior to the time you take your action. It permits those who might want to protest the issuance of them to present a petition. If there's a petition presented by people representing 5% of the qualified voters in the county, you can't issue those certificates without an election. It's a procedural thing that we have to go through. And as the others talked about, the action authorizing the issuance of the certificates of obligation and setting the terms within parameters, that will be at your meeting, your regular meeting on August the 16th. And that will be the point at which I assume you will get into setting the syndicate, if it's a negotiated sale or a competitive sale, those kind of things. The action today is only to authorize the notice in the newspaper.
Okay. Okay.
You have a motion and a second, Judge?
Yes.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. All right, next, now that we've done that, and I guess we got to go do the RFPs next. The motion on the RFPs.
Well,
Where am
I'll move the RFPs.
Second.
Hold on just a second, Judge.
All right, move a second. I'd like to commend Mr. Frosch and the purchasing department for these RFPs. I believe this is our first RFP using the Massachusetts Institute of Technology living wage for a single person as a wage floor. And my understanding is it's widely believed by the people who won this contract that they'll be able to recruit, not that anyone's a bad person, but a much better group of folks, hopefully some of the best folks that we have here in the building right now, and that will result in more continuity, less turnover, just all around better experience. So appreciate that, and that's all I want to say about that. All right.
I just want to mention, these are good RFPs. Thank you for bringing it forward when it comes to security as well as the Dallas County open space planning. I think that is very important and timely. And of course, like the judge say, there's 2 of the proposals that hopefully come out to better serve Dallas County. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, this takes us to our court orders L1 through 45. We've already done 46.
And I pulled 38 and I think I pulled 38 and 39.
7, I think you pulled 37.
I pulled 38 and 39 again.
38
Got
and
the
39,
same dadgum problems.
I did
For
see
2
it.
weeks or separate vote?
Huh?
2 weeks or separate vote?
2 weeks, because we got a number, a myriad of issues.
Which one? Okay, hold on. Which ones are good?
38 and 39,
38 and 39.
yeah.
Okay.
I did send that to you, Ms. Grammy, didn't
No, we didn't get that.
I? She said she forwarded.
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know.
No time, any reason for like a belief that is causes some kind of a time crunch? I don't.
Why
These are elections.
Why would it?
Well, because.
I've asked Mr. Scarpella, he's in line to be available in case you have any questions.
Ask him, I don't know why I would, but I'm just asking because we're not meeting again until August. Go ahead.
Yes, Judge, the not passing 38 and 39 is problematic in that we will lose favorable pricing from the vendor if we delay beyond this point.
I hear that same shit. No, Let me
Okay,
tell-
let him say, you were speaking over him, and maybe the others could hear, but I couldn't hear. What is it about pricing from the vendor?
If we delay beyond today, we will lose favorable pricing from the vendor for our long-term contract.
No, so show me that in writing. You got it, Mr. Frost, in writing?
Or even, tell me what you know. Or answer his questions, whether you have something in writing, but then tell me what you know.
Well, I think Mr. Scarpello, he really was instrumental in negotiating the contract along with the civil DA. So he would have more knowledge on any pricing concerns if it wasn't approved today. So Mr. Scarpello would really have to speak to that. I see that the period starts today on June 21st for both of these contracts and going forward. So I guess Mr. Scarpello would have to elaborate.
You want more, like more? Yes, that's exactly right. Give me the citation in the dadgum negotiation.
I'm not being clear. You want more,
Paper books and everything. You've already checked with the contract, exactly.
okay, well, why don't we, can we do this? So I think Commissioner Price's concern is he thinks these contracts are too lean and we need more maintenance and oversight.
Same thing happens.
Okay, so, but given the fact, I'm asking you a question, Mr. Scarpello. Given the fact that we're not meeting again until August, if we were to pass this today and the court were to be of a mind that they wanted to add something, could that be done to this contract?
Yeah, Judge, that's the same shit you do.
I don't believe so. Mr. Palomo, our DA's representative, helped negotiate the legal aspects of this, and I don't know that we could reopen those negotiations.
Okay. Well, are you confident that these contracts have everything that you need, that you don't need extra support, maintenance, than what you've negotiated in these contracts?
Yes, I'm confident. We sat down and we, as a team, with IT team, Ms. Kraft, myself, and early on in the process, Mr. Frosch, some time ago, looked at the elements within the old contract and saw some problems of delivery, in particular what we call attachment G. And we reviewed those in these renegotiations and made sure that we were getting the deliverables that we were asking for in this particular contract.
Judge?
So,
Go ahead on.
Mr. Scarpello, help me out with that, though. We do we have a contract signed, or, we approved the contract here, and was that contract, those two contracts not signed?
So the contracts that were signed a couple of weeks ago were for voting equipment. This is for electronic poll books.
Right. So how do we,
Why would the pricing go, I'm sorry, why would the pricing go up?
It won't.
If we wait until the first Tuesday in August?
It's full of shit. It's
ES&S has been very patient with us as we've been negotiating this series of contracts, renegotiating this series of contracts, and they're just anxious to get these contracts completed at this point because we're behind.
There's nothing critical about waiting on, every time, you can come up with any kind of harass excuse each time.
Or because the version that we're on, and we need to upgrade to the most recent version of the poll books that fixes some of the issues that have been experienced in the past.
That's not the issue. You've cut back severely on these dadgum poll books and all, and, those were some of the issues that we had during the last dadgum election.
Wait.
I think Ms. Kraft wanted to, you said that it requires a conversation. Can we have that? Will you tell us what's on your mind?
So, Dr. Dane, you had asked, on some of the previous issues. I would suggest further discussion with ES&S to make sure we can address those specific scenarios.
So what you're saying is that, we don't need to pass this today.
I would say if we want to kind of answer Dr. Daniel's question, it's definitely worth an additional conversation with ES&S.
I mean, would not be hurt if we did not vote on this until August.
Well, another option is I can call y'all back on Friday. Let's see, can I? It's Tuesday.
Today's Tuesday.
So we can do something Friday afternoon on this, if that's going to get those questions answered.
I would be curious,
is there a time
Judge,
issue?
to know what the concerns are. That would be helpful to me so that we can pose those questions to ES&S.
So we do need a little bit more discussion, is what you're saying.
I would say so, Dr.
I don't believe we do,
And I think we need
but
to call-
if there's some concerns by the court, I will certainly try to address them.
There have been concerns, the
Well,
same
I
concern.
think- Yeah, and I think we may all be talking past each other, because the court has concerns about the way the e-poll books have not performed. But this is a contract to bring us up to the latest ideation or whatever of e-poll books.
But is it going to address any issues that we've been having? Because I understand that ES&S would like this to get signed immediately. It's in their best interest. What is our best interest? And that might be to answer
That's
some of
my
these
point.
questions to see if in fact.
I believe it's in our best interest to move forward.
Yeah,
I'll give you one example. We know that we've got poll worker pay issues. This newest version of the ES&S software allows us to have an electronic poll book that we're very anxious to get installed and tested and to help resolve some of these poll worker issues, poll worker pay issues.
But that's only a portion of the payroll issue, isn't it? Because I think in your memo, it said that there's a whole other piece that isn't there yet.
Talk to the auditor. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
But you hear him, he's saying something totally
Okay,
contradictory.
no, but let me help understand. I mean, so we're gonna delay this to ask more questions, right? That were not asked before. Is that your point, Ms. Kraft?
Yes, Dr. Garcia.
Okay.
Can those questions be asked and answered by Friday?
Yes, exactly, Judge. That's where I was going.
I don't know. We need to, I asked,
Obviously,
what happened to the proverbial 2
Commissioner
weeks
Daniels,
that I'm entitled?
you have questions. Commissioner Price, you have questions. They weren't asking over the weekend. I'm surprised. But, I mean, can they be asked from here to Friday? I mean, honestly, guys, I mean, why didn't we ask the questions that you all had before?
Well, because we saw this when Friday night.
Again.
Yeah, this isn't addendum.
I don't know. I'm asking.
It is an addendum, so it was,
Everything becomes a damn emergency. 2 weeks, until 2 weeks.
Well, I just know, guys, that, I mean, that people works on these agenda items, sometimes for years, sometimes for months, sometimes for days. But if we are going to be pulling every single item, that the director, the administrator is saying, hey, I need you all to pass.
Everybody says it.
Well, okay. A little bit of devil's advocate here. This came in on Friday.
No, I agree. I agree, Commissioner, but I mean, I'm just following what Mr. Scarpello is saying. This is important for him to pass.
Yeah,
So if we have questions that could not be addressed, but with time, I'm for it.
Yeah.
But if we can, like the judge says, ask your questions. We understand you just saw it Friday. Let's have it by Fridays, and emergency call meeting, and we move it.
I'm entitled to the 2 weeks. I want it.
I just don't understand how ES&S cannot hold its pricing.
They're going to hold it. I'm not worried about it. In fact, I want them, that's part of it. I want
And
them
there's
here.
another option,
Rest of your
Darrell.
sentence.
Want them
If
here.
they'll hold their pricing until August, we won't need to have a meeting on Friday.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah,
And one of the
but we
challenges on a meeting
want
on
them
Friday-
here. I want them here. I don't want to hear from them. I want them here.
I think I would need Mr. Frost and Mr. Scarpello to go back and talk with them. Maybe they can do that now during this, while we're in court, and let us know if they can hold the pricing. I mean, this is a contract that, I don't understand why they would change the pricing on between now and August.
Whoa. You haven't heard that from them.
Exactly.
Okay. So you haven't heard that from them.
So what you're saying, Mr. Martin, let's go ahead and call them right now and see if they can hold it by the end of the meeting when we finish. We still have another presentation by Dr. Watkins. Can they do that in the
I think we should ask
meantime?
them, no? We'll at least
But-
try and call them and
I'm
see if
still-
they'll hold it.
I mean, you
Yeah,
still
let's
haven't,
go and start calling them.
Yeah, but my
not
position
in
still
agreement.
is,
Well, I don't think we have another presentation. I mean, we're going to be
But I'm
going
entitled to
executive
two.
very quickly. So, I mean, if we can
I'm entitled.
work on it with the assumption that we're going to meet again Friday, then that makes sense.
no, you can't, because I want ESNS here, I don't want him, I want ESNS here.
If ESNS can get here by Friday or no?
Well, no, look, again, we put the rule in place. Everybody can say the same thing. Oh, it's an emergency. We got to do this. It's critical. Let them answer.
Well, here's what I think we should do, guys, and what I will do. I'm going to have Daryl Martin and Mr. Frosch and Mr. Scarpello visit with ESNS. If this is something that, after they've discussed it, they feel needs to be put on for Friday. Now, here's our challenge on Friday. We've got the graduation from our Leadership Academy that starts at 2. It's now 12, 72 hours. I guess you could put a marker post on there for something.
Yeah, we can do it late afternoon, 5 o'clock or so.
5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it after the academy, I
Yeah,
guess.
4 o'clock.
Okay, we can do that. And so if that's needed, then that's what we'll do. And of course, if people come to that meeting and they're like, I disagree, I want to wait and vote until August, then we'll see what happens there. But
Or
you guys find out they'll hold their pricing, there's no need for it. So I'm gonna leave it up to y'all to let us know. And just, sorry, stream of consciousness, I'm kind of a squirrel, but I do really like your lanyard over there, Madam DA. It's a good lanyard. Yeah.
It must be available.
It's a Baylor lanyard.
I can't see it, but it
Baylor
must be.
I know.
But we'll do that. We'll reach out to them and either Friday afternoon or we'll wait till August after we talk to ESNS.
Okay. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
so that takes us through those two polls. There were no other polls, so
46 was,
already voted on.
well,
So,
no, there's another, no, I'm sorry, there was one other poll though. Dr. Garcia, you polled,
pull anything there?
No?
The
Oh, okay.
homestead exemption.
You pulled
It
45?
already voted.
Yeah, we've already voted.
No, we didn't. We voted for 46.
We voted for 46. Did someone pull 45
Yes, I pulled 45.
for a separate vote or for 2 weeks?
No. Just for, going through the presentation that Dr. Watkins has.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
No, don't
Okay.
worry about it. I
Well-
did not pull it.
I don't have a
then-
separate one. I
Yeah,
shared it with you.
She's already shared everything with us.
Sounds good. Well, if that's
It's
all you needed.
69 to 100,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Increasing the exemption from 69,000 to
100,000.
to 100,000.
Okay. I know that there were several discussions going on, and that's the one that we decided on, and that's good.
Yes, that's the recommendation. I know I had discussions with each one of you, so I'm not sure if there's any additional.
yeah, and this is really
Discussion.
good. I want to commend staff for bringing this forward because we got a situation where the highest increases in percent valuation are the lowest end of the real estate market. So multi-million-dollar mansions are going up, but they're not going up as fast, percentage-wise, as a house that was, appraised a couple of years ago at $150,000. So this is really going to help those disabled and over 65 folks to not only have that cap, but to have it raised. If you live in a $2 million house, $31,000 is not much appraisal money or valuation to be appraised. But if you live in a $250,000 house, it's over 10% relief to you. So very glad that we're doing that.
Well,
I wanted to say thank you very-
it impacts mostly south of 30.
Right.
It does, people who are
West side.
disabled, people over 65. So, yeah.
And more
Look at the maps.
importantly, thank you to staff for putting it by zip codes. I mean, Dr. Watkins, your staff did a very good job explaining every single, zip code that really needs it, which at the end of the day, it also helps, with health, health zip codes, food desert zip codes. And when you look at all the needs of the zip codes in Dallas County, this is really going to go to the
It's
people
the
that
same
need it.
ones. It's the same ones.
I
And-
wanted to say thank you for the additional information, because I wanted to know, how does this fit into what other jurisdictions are providing as far as this type of exemption, of whether it was in line or wherever, and we're in line, but a little ahead of the pack when it comes in offering help to our taxpayers.
And I want to thank Ms. Blair and her staff for getting the map for me, so you guys will have a visual as far as how it impacts the different zip codes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc.
Right, all right, that's got everything. So the two pulled items were 38 and 39. We're voting on 1 through 45. There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Oh, you know what, I wanted to make one comment, though.
Oh, go ahead. You can make a comment afterwards.
Yeah, no, and it was just regarding L5. I very much appreciate that Chief Bass is necessary for the next couple months until we find his replacement, but we've done this now. This is the second occasion where we've had a contract with someone, you know, before it was with elections. You know, what, I mean, and I understand that we're in a very unusual environment regarding recruiting, but if this becomes precedent, we can have some bad incentives to kind of abruptly announce your retirement and then be able to sign a good contract and still kind of, you know, get the best of both worlds. I know this is not the case, and really Chief Bass is doing us a favor in this instance.
Right.
But we're starting down the road of setting a bad precedent. So I just want to make sure that I articulate that really no more of this.
We had two good staff who would have been great in the interim. Unfortunately, they both applied for the position, so it wouldn't be fair to have one of them sit in. So this was probably the cleanest thing to do, and it's much more fair to the two of them.
Yes.
Oh, so both of them apply?
Yeah.
On number 17, which is the 1115 waiver, you know, I understand some of the history where we're on that. Were these an increase? In increased amounts?
What, 1115?
Yeah.
It was the transfer, the intergovernmental transfer.
That's just the transfer of funds.
That doesn't have anything to do with the,
So it was not an increase?
No.
No,
No,
Commissioner,
it's not. It's just a transfer, Commissioner.
That's
I
it,
appreciate the
Oh, you know what I needed to say? I want to thank Mr. Steele and Mr. Segura for the briefing about the pretrial services report. I mean, it always amazed me how hard that team works and the fabulous job that they're doing. And I have it in my notes and I almost forget about it. So thank you so much, Mr. Steele, Mr. Segura, good report.
And some other unsung heroes are the HR department. And I know grinding through job application process and all is, I mean, we've all done it in one shape or another, and that is just plain old hard work. And so thank you, HR, for the variety of, I guess it's numbers 24 and 25, in just addressing, you know, bringing Dallas County job descriptions and process up to date.
I think you're done, Judge.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying
We
aye.
already
We're
voted.
public speakers. We're public
That's
speakers.
right, that's right. So I'm
You're
sorry.
finished.
All right, so that takes us to our
Speaker.
So I have one item that me and Mr. Martin are going to work on. Moving forward on the travel agenda, we're going to start working with all judge-related travel. We're going to do work with the administrative judge, presiding judge, to come up with a plan of action for those reimbursements that are listed, and do analysis and work with the auditor's office for the reimbursements to make sure we have all the information prior to putting it on the agenda.
I want to make sure that they sign, and I don't see Mr. Thomas. Last time the court met, you approved some stuff, and then I circled back around and found it not to be truthful in their submission. And they provided some invoices where they did not, in fact, pay for their accommodations. I'm gonna stop jacking around. Margaret O'Brien submitted an invoice falsely. The conference paid for the deal, and what I want, whether it's budget or auditor, whenever they submit, they sign under penalties of perjury.
Yeah, I mean, we need to hand that over to the district attorney's office. That is a crime.
Yeah, and they caught it, and they did freeze it, and it was several. Well, none of the hotel accommodations paid for. Anytime they have a conference at the hotel where they're having the event, the conference picks up the tab. And so now I'm beginning to wonder how many more we're leaning out there. I just happened to catch that one.
So we'll do a better job, because a lot of times they send us the information, and so we're going to ask for additional information from the courts. And we used to get the packet from them as far as the conference to have that information as a reference. So we'll work with those requests for all judges across the board.
To include that again as part of the package?
Yes, so we can review it. So we wouldn't add all that to the agenda, but at least we'll have that as documentation as far as what we're using to add it to the agenda. So by the time you guys get it, we've done all the analysis. We've added a summary to make it easier for you to see all of the information that isn't included as far as the detail. And that's a quick summary of all the travel requests. And so hopefully this is something we'll definitely look at moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank y'all for the catch.
All right, our first public speaker, I'm sorry, please come read the rules of decorum for our public speakers.
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. And in all applause is to be kept brief in observance of time constraints. Disruptive visitors and or registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. The maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Brittany Jones. Brittany Jones, come on, partner.
Hello. I just wanted to start off by first saying thank you, Mrs. Daniel. You might not know who I am, but you do have a face to it. My name is Brittany. I formed the Hillcrest Union dealing with the fact with Hillcrest Apartments and the living conditions. I also sued them myself because nobody would help me. I reached out to District 1 through 6. I reached out to everybody, legal aid, nobody would help me. So I sued Hillcrest myself and I won. Then I started the Hillcrest Union. But all that is to say what? It's hard out here to find housing. I emailed everybody on here when I needed help with my voucher, and I represent District 3. And the only person that responded was Mrs. Daniel and Mr. Hung with the DCHHS, I don't know all the alphabets, but you know who I'm talking about. He responded. It is very hard out here with having housing. I have a voucher right here that expires tomorrow. I'm going to get kicked out of housing, not because I have somebody there that's not on the lease, not because domestic violence, not because I didn't pay housing, not because this, because I can't find anywhere to stay. Is that fair? I have to do appeal and appeal. I don't control the resources. So what housing does is you give me a bone with no meat on it and say, I fed you. You didn't feed me. You gave me a voucher, and I've been to several meetings, and we know developers are coming here But nobody is holding these developers accountable for building affordable housing. They're just buying land and they're building what they want. So if you think we got a homeless problem now, I'll wait till next year. Because guess what? The price of rent is going up. The cost of living is going up. But wages are not going up. So how dare you give me a voucher but saying the zip code, I got $900 to spend. We know $900 is not going to get you nowhere to stay. Yes or no? And you don't have to respond. So right now we are dealing with a systematic problem. I am going to get kicked off of housing tomorrow. So you're going to get an email from me asking, can you help me? The thing about it is I reached out to Plano, found somewhere in Plano, and they said, because you don't have 30 days on your voucher, we're not going to take it. So what more do I have to do? It is hard out here. And a lot of people think because you're on housing, it's easy. No, Section 8 doesn't give us anywhere. Nobody can give us any leeway. They're not raising the cost of the housing list, because if it costs $1,500 to stay somewhere, why are y'all only giving us $1,100? We can't, no, they're giving us $1,100, but it costs $1,500 to stay. So that means we need $1,500 in order to stay where we're going. We don't need $1,100, so we need the cost of the housing list raised. Because right now it's very stressful to be on housing because there's nowhere for us to go. They're not about allowing developers to build Section 8 housing. So where can we go? And then in order for us to get an appeal, we have to go through the process and everything. And I'm not in control of the resources. So I would say, first of all, can we change the amount of time that y'all give us to find somewhere? Because if we all know that there's no Section 8 available, why give us 3 months? The average person that's trying to buy a house takes longer than 3 months. The average person that's looking for an apartment out their own pocket, it takes more than 3 months. So I'm just asking, like, what can we do with the housing crisis? Can we get more time? And then what can we do to get the costing list raised? Because if we know that they're raising the cost of living, why not raise the cost of the pricing list so we can get in these apartments?
Ma'am, it is a huge problem, but you're out of time. I've got to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next
Can
speaker.
someone please help her with Dallas County Health and Human Services, please?
Well, we've already been working with Health and Human Services on this. Dr. Garcia, we've already been working on Health and Human Services with this.
All right. So our next speaker is Karen Chapman. Miss Karen Chapman. Miss Karen Chapman.
Yeah, it's in my
All right, Miss Karen Chapman, she's not online, is she? All right.
Judge, we have two speakers whose name didn't come up on the list, but I told them I'd ask you folks if it was okay if they spoke. First one's name is Shanita Cleveland, and the second one is Carla Reynolds Grogan.
Sure. I mean, I have to get unanimous consent from the court.
No. It's social, so they pushed it over.
Okay.
So I'm aware.
Yeah, there are two speakers that were not signed up, and is that our mistake or their mistake?
No, we have a problem with that sign up online registration to sign up. We have a problem with Boris and the team. They're working on that.
Okay.
So it is ours.
So it was our problem, our mistake, or our computer error that would not allow these folks to sign up. But under our rules, I need to get a unanimous consent from the court to have people speak who are not signed up. Do I have that consent? Right?
Yes, no.
Everyone? All right.
It's our problem.
So
yeah.
Shanita Cleveland, please come forward.
Thank you so much. Before you start my time, can you hear me?
We can hear you great.
Okay, thank you. I am Shanita Lachey Cleveland. I'm a current Dallas County resident. I am moving into the city of Dallas. And thank you, commissioners all. Thank you especially Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Daniel. Much, much love. You guys may not know that Salvador Milan Jr. was a 16-year-old Hispanic shot, dead almost 16 times in Bonton Farms. And I called Commissioner Garcia. I said, it's a Hispanic family. They're trying to take advantage, but will you just give them encouragement and write a proclamation? And yes, 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 without a hesitation. Unlike some who's not even engaged. Judge Clay Jenkins has been on his phone almost the whole time. But we lack care. This says a new community vision for Dallas, okay? We're sick and tired of bad politicians outdoing and drying up our communities. Okay, it's a new day in Dallas. Thank you, Judge Jenkins, for sending my eviction case back to Judge Jones in Grand Prairie, Texas. Yes, Shanita Lachey Cleveland, daughter of James Sugarman Russell, executed September 1991 by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I'm here to tell you guys that some of you look like you don't care, and some of your actions out here say that you don't care. You don't care because these changes don't take another 475 years. I was jumped over $20 worth of gas at the gas station just 2 weeks ago. Jumped by 2 Negro men and a Negro young woman. You're stealing my gas. No, I'm not stealing your gas. The teller says, go out there. No, I can't put it on pump 4. Please, just put it on another pump. You reconcile. They never call the cops. Okay, that happened in Dallas County. Okay, Grand Prairie, Texas, to be specific. We need more representatives like Jasmine Crockett. Yes, I said it. I'll say it again. Say her name. Okay, because she's checked on me every single day. Okay, we need super representatives. Forget the politician. Okay, because they're not going to do. They've had 30 years to prove they're going to do it. I was in South Dallas this morning. I said, hey, Stanley, what has the South Dallas reps done for you? Ain't nothing but a thing. Ain't nothing. He ain't getting nothing. I was like, what? Why do you vote for him? Every year I just do it. I'm like, you're crazy. You're the problem. Okay? Politicians are the problem. You act like you ain't got no plan. I know. You ain't interested in the red glasses. I know you not. Don't get me started about the MWBE. It's called pay the lower subcontractors. Pay the black people first. Okay? I work for Supply Diversity at Parkland. By the way, Dr. Fred Cerise, CEO of Parkland for mayor. He cares. He has empathy. He has foster children. We need people that care in Dallas County. But thank you for dismissing my case in eviction court. Thank you.
All right, so our next speaker, well, I can't remember. What did you say the next speaker's name was? Carla, come on forward.
Mental health is real.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this time to Judge Jenkins and my commissioner, John Wiley Price. I am an election judge. I work in Lancaster Veterans Memorial Library, and the approval of that poll book situation, yours 38 and 39, no. We worked those poll books. We told them before they did the last signing of the poll book that it wasn't right. The things we used to be able to do, we can't do anymore. The expectation of them working, we have to figure it out on our own. They came and picked mine up midstream an election, but they didn't count those numbers. I had to keep them in my head and write them down so that all the numbers ended up correct at the end of the day.
Sorry, you're signed up as a public speaker, but this was on our agenda too, and I've got a couple of questions, and it doesn't count against your time. Don't stop.
Okay. But the thing is,
when you say the things you used to be able to do you can't do, is that did the e-poll book work better for you at some point, or are you talking about before the e-poll book?
the e-poll book worked better for us before they made the changes with E-Systems, whoever this is. When they first initiated it, it worked better. They took out like 10 different things that we as judges were able to do, and then they presented it to us and said, this is what you're going to do now.
What year?
They just did it this last election.
Okay, great.
Yeah, they just did it this last election. And then Mr. Scarpello doesn't care. We had a judges meeting. I sent a letter to you, John Warren, John Wiley Price. I sent it to Ms. Elba. I sent it to everybody to say to you, hey, we sit in a judges meeting with him and we stated to him, hey, this is what we need to do. We gave him our time free. We said, we'll come and we'll sit up there and we'll answer any questions. We'll do anything you need us to do free of charge. But instead, he had 100 temporary people. And when we call his elections department and ask questions, what do? I don't know. I'll get you somebody. Somebody will call you back. Nobody calls us back. We're stuck out. Commissioner Price's office and Daphne Fain, they rush to try to help us. They beat them down to try to help us. As a matter of fact, they sent us a letter and said, come pick up your check from May the 24th. I sent my people over there to pick up their check from May the 24th, this past Friday. When they got the check, half of the people went to the bank and the bank told them they couldn't cash the check. Why? Because it was dated June the 24th. The 24th hasn't got here yet. The other people took theirs they took them to the liquor store, they took them to PLS to cash them because they needed their money. But they worked May 24th, and here it is already almost June 24th. Why are we taking so long to pay these people? That's why we keep losing good people. They keep dropping off because nobody works for free. See, I'm disabled. I got a stimulator in my back, just had this surgery. But I keep coming because you know what? They're going to drag me across in my casket before I stop working elections. My grandmother paid a poll tax. I know what it's like. But it's not fair for us to keep busting our behind out here at these locations. Scarpello doesn't know what he's talking about. And he's not asking the right people. He's not talking to the judges at all. He does not listen to us at all. And every time he tries to come at us personally, he attacked my whole team. But I was the only one that had my numbers right. When they came midstream and took our e-poll books that were broke, they took them away from us and came back. My numbers were the only ones that came out correct. Because I had sense enough, because I have a degree from Prairie View A&M University as an engineer, to count numbers.
Ma'am, you're out of time, but I don't want you to leave yet. I want to ask you a couple other questions.
Sure.
So you said Mr. Scarpello attacked your whole team. Is that in the letter you sent me?
Yes.
Okay. And that was an email?
It's an email.
Okay. You got that. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate your...
All right. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Is that our last speaker?
That's it.
All right. That's it then. We're going to now go into closed session to consider matters under Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code as previously posted. Any action as a result of the closed session will take place in a subsequent open session. We'll begin our closed session in 1 minute.
Stay seated for 1 second because I need a picture. This is our last court here. So,
all right.
I just want this for posterity to see.
You sure it's going to be our last one?
Yeah, you know.
Oh, hell yeah. Y'all can be over next time. I'm already moved in. I moved in.
What was the name of the woman, the last speaker? I've got Carla Reynolds.
And the nut case before her was Shanita Cleveland, who done ran for Congress.
Thank you.
I know she's spiraling down. You know, she used to work for Park. Yeah, she worked for Park, and Park and fired her. Shanita Cleveland. Congress and everything. She's a nut case. Park and fired her. ready? She's ready.
No action necessary as per the closed session. The court stands adjourned.